Chapter 3786. Duan Lingtan. Duan Lingtian had just finished sending a voice transmission to Murong Suifeng when a voice transmission sounded out by his ears, and the gentle and pleasant voice seemed to contain slight happiness mixed within. Just by listening to the voice, Duan Lingtian could already guess who it was. You also came? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept through the air and finally landed on the beautiful figure in the hidden fog sect group. She was as beautiful as a flower. Even when she stood next to the Murong family's third miss, she wasn't inferior in any way. Tang Wuyen softly responded. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated and somewhat sorrowful gaze. Even she didn't know why. She originally wanted to forget the person in front of her and rarely thought of him after such a long time. But when she saw him again, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The feelings buried deep in her heart seemed to break through the soil once again. Even the rapid heartbeat that had been silent for a long time appeared once again. Are you okay? After a few breaths of time, Tang Wuyen softly asked with a voice transmission. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian responded and then didn't say anything else. Tang Wuyen, who thought Duan Lingtian would say yes, also fell silent. Had he become so cold after not seeing her for so long? Duan Lingtian sighed and pretended not to see the trace of hope in Tang Wuyen's eyes. He shifted his gaze to the others. However, he soon discovered that in the hidden fog sect group, besides sect master Qian Yin, Grand Elder Lei, and Tang Wuyen, he didn't know anyone else. But even so, he casually withdrew his gaze and looked at Ho Qingning, who was no longer as distant from the Murong family's third miss, Murong Yingyue, because of their conversation just now. If things continue like this, maybe Ho Qingning won't criticize Murong Yingyue after his father goes to the Murong family to propose marriage. Duan Lingtian secretly thought. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master Qian Yin and Elder Thunder led the people of the Hidden Fog Sect and stepped through the air. They greeted the 2 people from the Murong family and the 3 people from the Linghu family. As the neighboring God Emperor level forces, they were the pillars of their respective God Emperor level forces and had long known each other. The Murong family was led by Family Master Murong Yunlu and the old man beside him. The Linghu family was led by Linghu Jingxing and Elder Heng. At this time, the leaders of the 3 divine Emperor level influences were gathered together, happily chatting with each other. The several people from the Hidden Fog Sect and Linghu family seemed to have completely forgotten about the storm that occurred 20-some years ago. And in fact, after the Hidden Fog Sect announced that Elder Feng was expelled from the sect and expelled from Elder Feng's faction, there were no longer any conflicts between the Hidden Fog Sect and the Linghu family. The Linghu family also couldn't find any excuse to blame the Hidden Fog Sect. It wasn't until the people from the 10,000 Demon Sect arrived that the expressions of the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master Qian Yin and Grand Elder Lei darkened. The leaders of the 10,000 Demon Sect were a middle-aged man and an old man. The middle-aged man was an unfamiliar face to Duan Lingtian. But the old man seemed a bit familiar. When he saw one of the 2 youths following behind the old man, he couldn't help but smile. No wonder I found him familiar. So it's the 10,000 Demon Sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan. Du Zhan was one of the strongest Grand Elders in the 10,000 Demon Sect. His status in the 10,000 Demon Sect was similar to Elder Lei's in the Hidden Fog Sect. Duan Lingtian had heard of him before. Moreover, he had entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu with one of the 2 youths behind him. Du Qianjun, Du Zhan's second grandson. As for the youth beside Du Qianjun who looked similar to him and Du Zhan, although this was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen him, it wasn't hard to guess his identity. Du Pejuan, Du Zhan's eldest grandson. Within the 10,000 Demon Sect's younger generation, his strength was second only to the sect master's son, Yang Qinya. It was said that although he was only an upper god king, he was so strong that there were few people beneath the God Emperor level in the 10,000 Demon Sect that could be his match. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Du Qianjun and the other 2, the 3 of them were also looking at him. Of course, Du Zhan and Du Pejuan had never seen Duan Lingtian before. It was only because of Du Qianjuan's reminder that they followed Du Qianjuan's gaze and locked onto Duan Lingtian. However, the 2 of them only glanced at Duan Lingtian a few times before withdrawing their gazes. Only Du Qianjun stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you and Wu Feng would be the final winners of the trip to the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury back then." Du Qianjuan's tone was filled with resentment. "You can only blame your bad luck." Hearing Du Qianjuan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. He looked at him with a playful gaze. "The place we went to is the same. Even the method to open the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury is the same. It's just that your side was a step slower." "Do you want to know why you were a step slower?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. But this was also something that Du Qianjun had been puzzled about all these years. Why was it that Duan Lingtian and the others opened the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury first and not them? He asked himself. He had searched every inch of the hall where the statue was, but he hadn't found any mechanisms or array formations that could open the Divine Dwelling and Divine Treasury. "Do you want to know?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Du Qianjun. "All right, give me 100,000 divine stones and I'll tell you." 100,000 divine stones. Duan Lingtian's words angered Du Qianjun so much that his complexion changed. He looked at Duan Lingtian once more and his eyes seemed to spew fire. "Duan Lingtian, you tricked me." "I'm not tricking you." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a smile. "What? You are the grandson of the dignified Hidden Fog sect's highest elder. You can't even take out 100,000 divine stones? How pathetic. How about I give you a 50% discount? Just give me 50,000 divine stones." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the playful light in his eyes became increasingly intense. Du Qianjuan's complexion was incomparably gloomy. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he wasn't Duan Lingtian's match and that it was impossible for him to attack Duan Lingtian in this situation, he would have already rushed forward and attacked Duan Lingtian. Thus, even though he knew Duan Lingtian was playing with him, he could only silently endure it. But as he looked at Duan Lingtian, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. His heart was filled with hatred as he comforted himself. There's no need to bother with someone who's about to die. In any case, he's already entered the Tianlong clan. He's dead for sure. Grand Master Ancestor is not only an inner sect elder, but he has also become in-laws with the Tianlong clan's vice sect Master Shui. If he wants to kill an inner sect disciple who just entered the Tianlong clan, wouldn't that be easy? Thinking of this, Du Qianjuan's complexion gradually eased. At the same time, he no longer looked at Duan Lingtian, afraid that he would be angered again. Murong family head, Elder Jingxing. At this time, the middle-aged man leading the 10,000 demon sect also smiled and greeted Murong Yunlu and Linghu Jingxing. But when he swept his eyes over the Hidden Fog sect's sect Master Qian Yin and Elder Lei, his eyes were filled with ill intent. As Murong Yunlu and Linghu Jingxing greeted the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian also knew who he was. The 10,000 demon sect's sect master, Lan Qing. As for the hostility between Lan Qing, Du Zhan, Qian Yin, and Elder Lei, he didn't find it strange. This was because he was once a member of the Hidden Fog sect and knew that the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 demon sect were mortal enemies. Sect Master Qian Yin. Lan Qing revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Qian Yin. "This time, your Hidden Fog sect doesn't seem to have any outstanding disciples participating in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand competition, right? I advise you to have your Hidden Fog sect's disciples participate in the sect entrance examination. It's best if they don't participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Otherwise, I fear that our 10,000 demon sect's disciples will be careless and ruthless and slaughter your Hidden Fog sect's disciples." As Lan Qing finished speaking, his smile was brilliant. As the Hidden Fog sect's disciples were enraged, Qian Yin coldly sneered and said, "Sect Master Lan Qing, the Hidden Dragon Grand competition hasn't even started yet and you're already spouting nonsense? During the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, you should worry about your 10,000 demon sect's disciples. Don't let them die at the hands of our Hidden Fog sect's disciples." Facing Lan Qing's provocation, Qian Yin didn't back down. "Is that so?" Lan Qing smiled. He lifted a hand and pointed at Du Pejuan standing behind him. "This is our 10,000 demon sect's core disciple, Du Pejuan. How about we make a bet before the Tianlong clan's sect entrance examination begins? My 10,000 demon sect will send out Du Pejuan and your hidden fog sect will send out 2 people. Du Pejuan will fight 1 against 2. If your hidden fog sect loses, you will give my 10,000 demon sect 1,000,000 divine stones. If my 10,000 demon sect loses, we will also give your hidden fog sect 1,000,000 divine stones. How about it? As Lan Qing spoke, the mocking smile on his face became even thicker. His eyes were filled with contempt. As for Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the Linghu family's camp, he felt a burst of regret in his heart. It was a pity that he was a member of the Linghu family and couldn't represent the hidden fog sect in battle. Otherwise, he could easily earn 1,000,000 divine stones. In this sort of situation, if he won glory for the hidden fog sect wouldn't be stingy with the 10,000 demon sect's bet of 1,000,000 divine stones. What a pity, what a pity. Sect Master Qian Yin, don't tell me you don't dare? Seeing Qian Yin's eyes flicker but he didn't respond, Lan Qing grinned. His voice became a bit louder. I want your hidden fog sect to send out 2 people to fight Du Pejuan alone. Does your hidden fog sect really not have anyone else? Lan Qing continued to provoke Qian Yin. At this time, the gazes of the hidden fog sect disciples fell on 2 figures. They were a gray-clothed young man and a green-clothed young man. These 2 people were both upper god kings and could be ranked in the top 3 of the hidden fog sect's core disciples. In the past, before Shangguan Xiongfeng died, he was ranked in the top 3 of the core disciples with these 2 people. It was to the extent that Shangguan Xiongfeng's strength was inferior to any one of them. However, that was also because Shangguan Xiongfeng was only a mid-divine king, and these 2 people were both high divine kings. If the hidden fog sect doesn't accept the challenge today, I fear they will lose face. Duan Ling Tian swept his eyes around. He discovered that there were many people not too far away. As if they could sense the smell of gunpowder in the air, they all gathered around. Chapter 3787. The Hidden Fog Sect and the 10,000 Demon Sect are fighting again? The 10,000 Demon Sect's sect Master Lan Qing has declared that the 10,000 Demon Sect's core disciple Du Pejuan is challenging the 2 young disciples of the Hidden Fog Sect to join forces. Du Pejuan? According to what I know, Du Pejuan is an existence second only to Yang Qianye in the 10,000 Demon Sect's younger generation. Even so, it shouldn't be easy for him to defeat 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog Sect by himself, right? What is the Hidden Fog Sect doing? They don't even dare to agree? Those that gathered here to join in on the fun included people from other Divine Emperor-level influences, people from God King-level influences, and many wandering cultivators. Now, everyone was looking at the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master, Qian Yin, with great interest. As for Qian Yin, under everyone's gazes, his complexion darkened. Sect master, agree with him. Elder Thunder said to Qian Yin with a sound transmission, Today, if we don't agree, our hidden fog sect will lose face. If we agree and lose, we will also lose face. But, if we agree, even if we can't win, as long as we can tie, we won't lose face. It was clear that Elder Thunder had already weighed the pros and cons. As for 1,000,000 divine stones, Elder Thunder didn't mention it. This was because 1,000,000 divine stones wasn't much to the Hidden Fog Sect. Even if they took it out, it wouldn't hurt them. Compared to the face of the Hidden Fog Sect, this amount of divine stones was nothing. Sect Master, Lin Xiong is willing to fight. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the Hidden Fog Sect disciples, a gray-robed youth stepped into the air and asked for Qian Yin's permission. Sect Master, Lu Yiming requests to fight. After the gray-robed youth, the green-robed youth also stepped forward. Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were core disciples of the Hidden Fog Sect when Shangguan Xiongfeng was still alive. They were ranked in the top 3 core disciples and were slightly stronger than Shangguan Xiongfeng. In addition, Lu Yiming was a disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Yun. As for Lin Xiong, he was a disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's Elder Wu. They had long heard of the strength of the 10,000 Demon Sect's core disciple Du Pejuan. They even knew that if they were alone, they wouldn't be Du Pejuan's match. But now, the 10,000 demon sect's sovereign actually said that Du Pejuan would have to fight 2 young disciples of their hidden fog sect alone. They all felt that if they joined hands with each other, they would not be afraid of Du Pejuan. Moreover, the 2 of them were on good terms with each other because of their respective masters, so they often sparred with each other. If they really wanted to team up, they would have a better rapport than if they were to team up with other people. Sect Master Qian Yin. At this time, the 10,000 demon sect's sect master Lan Qing spoke up again. He had a mocking expression as he said, "Even a disciple of your hidden fog sect has volunteered to fight. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept? If you don't dare, then just say it, my 10,000 demon sect will not force your hidden fog sect." As Lan Qing spoke to the end, the mocking smile on his face became increasingly thick. In the eyes of the hidden fog sect people, he was like a villain who had achieved great success. However, although they were filled with righteous indignation, there was nothing they could do. They could only look at Lu Yiming and Lin Xiong, hoping that they would vent their anger for the hidden fog sect. Who says our hidden fog sect doesn't dare to accept the challenge? The hidden fog sect's sect master Qian Yin finally regained his composure. He sneered as he looked at Lan Qing. Since your 10,000 demon sect wants to gift the divine stone to my hidden fog sect, how can we refuse? Lin Xiong, Lu Yiming, the 2 of you should step forward and experience the skills of the 10,000 demon sect's proud son of heaven, Du Pejuan. Qian Yin loudly said, "Blades and swords have no eyes. Even if you injure Du Pejuan, the hidden fog sect won't blame you." A moment ago, Qian Yin had been hesitating. But when he heard Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming's sound transmissions saying that they were confident they could defeat Du Pejuan, he no longer hesitated. Although Du Pejuan was strong, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were disciples of the hidden fog sect's 2 cloud mist old men. They weren't weak either. As the hidden fog sect accepted the challenge, everyone present, including those from the Linghu family and Murong family, retreated, leaving a large empty space for the 10,000 demon sect's core disciple Du Pejuan and the hidden fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. Du Pejuan stood in the void, looking at Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming with disdain. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As for Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, they had serious and vigilant expressions as they faced Du Pejuan. Not to mention anything else, just their aura alone was enough to determine who was superior. "Duan Lingtian, which side do you think will win?" Ho Qingning's voice sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was clear that Ho Qingning was interested in this. "It's hard to say right now." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a sound transmission, "But, with the 10,000 demon sect's sovereign Lan Qing taking the initiative to propose this bet and Du Pejuan's confidence, the 10,000 demon sect should have a higher chance of winning." After several breaths of time, Ho Qingning said with a sound transmission once more, "If the hidden fog sect loses, they will truly lose all face. After all, the hidden fog sect has 2 people joining forces and the 10,000 demon sect only has 1 person. This bet is unfair to the hidden fog sect to begin with." Duan Lingtian said with a sound transmission, "The hidden fog sect has 2 people joining forces. Even if they win, the 10,000 demon sect won't lose face. After all, there is only 1 person on their side. If the 10,000 demon sect loses, they will only have to give up 1 million gold taels of divine stones. And even if the hidden fog sect wins, others will think that they have an unfair advantage. Once they lose, they will lose all face." Duan Lingtian clearly saw the situation in front of him. If he was the hidden fog sect's sovereign, he might not have accepted the challenge. This was because he was too passive. And under everyone's watchful eyes, the 10,000 demon sect's core disciple Du Pejuan and the hidden fog sect's core disciples Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming attacked at the same time after a brief silence. Of course, if one looked carefully, it wasn't hard to see that Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming were the ones who attacked first. Du Pejuan only saw them move and the divine power he had been accumulating burst out of his body. 2 figures and 1 figure shot towards each other. And as they did, they each took out their own divine artifacts. The 3 of them used medium-grade divine artifacts. Thus, no one had an advantage in terms of divine artifacts. The 3 of them attacked, their momentum vast and mighty. Waves of air swept out with their attacks, beating against the air and emitting gusts of howling wind. Soon, the attacks of the three people finally converged together. At the same time, a series of explosions sounded out. Even more terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions, like a series of shockwaves. However, as the Hidden Fog Sect's Sovereign Qian Yin and the 10,000 Demon Sect's Sovereign Lan Qing attacked, the shockwaves produced by the collision of their attacks were easily resolved. None of the onlookers were affected. No matter how strong the three of them were, they were still only upper god kings. On the other hand, Qian Yin and Lan Qing were both low-level divine emperors. Moreover, they weren't low-level divine emperors who had just broken through to the divine emperor realm. Any one of them could easily kill Du Pejuan's group. The attacks of the three were directed directly at them, and they were able to easily block them. Moreover, there was no need to mention the shockwaves of their attacks. Du Pejuan is really strong. With his own strength, he can fight the two of them to a standstill. The 10,000 Demon Sect's Du Pejuan truly lives up to his reputation. Since Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, the Hidden Fog Sect hasn't produced another outstanding disciple. It seems that in terms of the potential of the younger generation, the Hidden Fog Sect is destined to be suppressed by the 10,000 Demon Sect. I think so too. It should be known that Du Pejuan isn't the strongest member of the 10,000 Demon Sect's younger generation. Above him, there is still Yang Qianye. Why didn't Yang Qianye come this time? It is said that Yang Qianye has already received invitations from several peak god emperor level influences in Tonglong province. And those influences are stronger than the Tianlong clan. If you were Yang Qianye, would you still join the Tianlong clan? Seeing Du Pejuan fight the two people from the Hidden Fog Sect to a standstill, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. As they spoke, they lamented that the Hidden Fog Sect had no successor. In truth, in the Hidden Fog Sect's younger generation, there was originally a monstrous genius whose talent and perception were outstanding. Not only was he no weaker than Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, he even surpassed him, but what a pity he was forced to leave by the Hidden Fog Sect. Suddenly, a person in the crowd mentioned this matter. After this topic was opened, a group of people joined in the discussion. Duan Lingtian? He was forced to leave by the Hidden Fog Sect? Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog Sect? Moreover, the Hidden Fog Sect repaid evil with kindness. They wished Duan Lingtian a better and better life in the Linghu family. Betrayed the Hidden Fog Sect? That is only a smokescreen thrown out by the Hidden Fog Sect. I have a friend who is an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog Sect. According to him, the reason why Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog Sect was because the Hidden Fog Sect's two elders Feng and Lei forced him. Two elders Feng and Lei's disciples, Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, provoked Duan Lingtian on their own initiative and even wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. In the end, they were killed by Duan Lingtian instead. Then, Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog Sect under the protection of the Linghu family's two elders Hang and Huan. If this is true, then the Hidden Fog Sect can be considered to have reaped what they sowed. If Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog Sect today, he might have been able to turn the tables for them. As a group of people mentioned Duan Lingtian, it was unknown who recognized Duan Lingtian. Soon, everyone's burning eyes gathered on Duan Lingtian from all directions. He's Duan Lingtian? What a handsome youth! I really couldn't tell that he was someone who had the ability to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. It is said that he is also an outstanding divine alchemist. He can casually refine the limit of spirit-level divine pills. A group of people stared at Duan Lingtian. There were also many young women who frequently winked at Duan Lingtian. The two people from the Hidden Fog Sect are likely going to be defeated. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to notice the gazes around him. He continued to observe the battle in front of him. After a moment, he said to Ho Qingning with a sound transmission. Ho Qingning couldn't help but be startled by Duan Lingtian's words. He was puzzled as to why Duan Lingtian said that the two people from the Hidden Fog Sect were going to lose. Bang! An even more formidable strength erupted from Du Pejuan's body. This was the power of his bloodline that he had just stimulated. Now it erupted once more. Chapter 3788. This Du Pejuan was actually hiding his strength. So, the bloodline strength he displayed just now wasn't its final form. I've heard that some bloodline strengths could be released layer by layer, but today is the first time I've seen it. They were originally evenly matched, but now that Du Pejuan has further revealed his bloodline strength, victory and defeat have been decided. Du Pejuan's sudden outburst also shocked the crowd of onlookers. As for the Hidden Fog Sect's sect master Qian Yin, their complexions changed at this moment. As for the 10,000 demon sects people, with sect master Lan Qing in the lead, their faces bloomed with a brilliant smile. Just as everyone thought that the Hidden Fog sects Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming would be defeated, the divine artifacts in their hands changed, erupting with an even more formidable strength. In this critical moment, the two of them had exchanged divine artifacts. High-grade divine artifacts. The Hidden Fog sect actually lent 2 high-grade divine artifacts to Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming for the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. But the Hidden Fog sect lent high-grade divine artifacts to Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming. As the grandson of the 10,000 demon sect's highest elder Du Zhan, how could Du Pejuan not have high-grade divine artifacts? The high-grade divine artifacts in Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming's hands were lent to them by their honorable master. They were meant to use them when they participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. But now that they were sparring with Du Pejuan, they had no choice but to take out their high-grade divine artifacts. This was because if they didn't take out their high-grade divine artifacts, they would lose. Do you think only you have a high-grade divine artifact? As everyone thought, as Du Pejuan lightly laughed, the divine artifact in his hand changed, turning into another high-grade divine artifact. In the next moment, his offensive became even more terrifying, suppressing the combined attacks of the two. Bang! Rumble, rumble, rumble! Wild and violent strengths collided. As Du Pejuan's strength crushed the attacks of the 2 Hidden Fog sect members, the power behind it was still far from his peak. But if it struck the 2 Hidden Fog sect members, it would still be able to severely wound them. Seeing the 2 of them about to be severely wounded, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the 2 of them. The power of laws fused together with divine strength erupted from his body, helping them block Du Pejuan's attack. This scene caused the surrounding onlookers to involuntarily frown. The group of people from the 1,000 Demon sect were even more enraged. However, before the people of the 10,000 Demon sect could erupt in anger, the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin was the first to speak. In this battle, our Hidden Fog sect has lost. The 1,000 Demon sect's genius, Du Pejuan, truly lives up to his name. As expected of someone second only to Yang Qianye in the younger generation of the 1,000 Demon sect, Qian Yin said loudly. At the same time, Qian Yin lifted his hand and a storage ring flew out. It floated in front of the 10,000 Demon sect's sect master Lan Qing. Sect master Lan Qing, this is the 1,000,000 gold taels of divine stones that my Hidden Fog sect lost. Please accept it. Sect leader Qian Yin is straightforward. Lan Qing's expression had darkened when Qian Yin made a move. However, when he saw Qian Yin admit defeat and hand over the wager, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a brilliant smile. If it were him and Du Pejuan was in danger, he would also act like Qian Yin. Thus, although Qian Yin's actions angered him, they were also within his expectations. Seeing Qian Yin admit defeat, the joy in his heart completely overshadowed the anger he felt. The group of people from the 10,000 Demon sect were the same. But there were still many people who sneered. The Hidden Fog sect really can't afford to lose. The sect master personally stepped up to protect someone. How laughable. If I remember correctly, it was the Hidden Fog sect's sect master who said that swords and sabers have no eyes. Even if the Hidden Fog sect disciples injured senior apprentice brother Du Pejuan, our 10,000 Demon sect wouldn't blame them, right? How ironic. In my opinion, the Hidden Fog sect really doesn't have anyone in their younger generation. Perhaps, in another few tens of thousands of years, our 10,000 Demon sect will be able to swallow up the Hidden Fog sect. The young disciples of the 10,000 Demons sect didn't hold back in their words. And at this time, the Hidden Fog sect disciples who were in the wrong flushed red with anger. But they couldn't refute this. This was because their Hidden Fog sect's actions were indeed the source of ridicule. The two defeated Hidden Fog sect disciples, Lin Xiong and Lu Yiming, also drew back with ugly complexions. They never imagined that Du Pejuan would be so strong. He was even stronger than the rumors said. In the rumors, even the number 1 junior of the 10,000 Demon sect, Yang Qinya, wasn't so strong. But looking at the current situation, if Du Pejuan was as strong as Yang Qinya in the rumors, then Yang Qinya's true strength was definitely greater than the rumors. After all, Yang Qinya was the number 1 junior of the 10,000 Demon sect. This farce ended with the 10,000 Demon sect suppressing the Hidden Fog sect. And it was also because of this that more people's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. They felt that if Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog sect, he might have been able to bring glory to the Hidden Fog sect today. Du Pejuan, if Duan Lingtian was still in the Hidden Fog sect and he fought with you today, do you have the confidence to defeat him? A spectator loudly asked Du Pejuan, as if he didn't want the world to be in chaos. This person was a young man wearing brocade robes. His face was ordinary, but his eyes shined with a confident light. He stood behind a dignified middle-aged man. And this dignified middle-aged man stood in front of over 100 people, standing at the side of the void. Over 100 people were led by him. Sect Master Hua, the last time we met seems to have been 300 years ago. I never thought that you would personally come this time. The 10,000 Demon sect Master Lan Qing looked at the dignified middle-aged man in front of the brocade-robed youth and greeted him with a smile. Sect Master Lan Qing. The dignified middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Lan Qing. You and I haven't met in 300 years. 300 years ago, when you and I met, that was before the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. As his voice fell, the dignified middle-aged man said to the brocade-robed youth behind him, why haven't you greeted Sect Master Lan Qing yet? Hua Tiandu greets Sect Master Lan Qing. At this time, the brocade-robed youth who wanted the world to be in chaos stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Lan Qing. I've long heard of Martial Nephew Tiandu's name. Lan Qing smiled and said, I heard that Martial Nephew Tiandu is the number 1 core disciple of the Donghua clan. Ever since he became an upper-level divine king, there are few people below the divine emperor level who can match him in the Donghua clan. If Martial Nephew Tiandu is also here to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination and the Hidden Dragon competition, I'm afraid one of the top 3 spots will be yours. Lan Qing wasn't stingy with his compliments at all. At this time, everyone also knew the identity of the brocade-robed youth who wanted the world to be in chaos. He was the young sect master of the Donghua clan, Huatindu. The Donghua clan was also a divine emperor-level force, and it was a stronger divine emperor-level force than the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Demon sect, Murong family, and Linghu family. There were several middle-level divine emperors in the Donghua clan. The Donghua clan of the Tianlong clan even had upper-level divine emperors. Because of this, the Donghua clan was very powerful in the Tianlong clan. It was far from the divine emperor-level forces like the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Demon sect, and Linghu family. The Donghua clan was also an indirect sect of the Tianlong clan. Donghua clan. Duan Lingtian had also heard of the Donghua clan long ago. He also knew that the Donghua clan was located on the other side of the Tianlong clan. It was very far from the Linghu family, Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Demon sect, and Murong family. Moreover, the current leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Chunming, was a strong cultivator who had entered the Middle Godly Emperor realm. He is Hua Chunming? Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on the dignified middle-aged man who was the leader of the group from the Donghua sect. He saw that the other party had an average build and an ordinary appearance, but the dignified aura between his eyebrows was not difficult to see that he had been in a superior position for a long time, and it made people awe him. Not only Hua Chunming, but Duan Lingtian had also heard of Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu was Hua Chuanming's 4th son. He was one of Hua Chuanming's 2 sons with the highest talent and comprehension. The other son was also the 2nd son. His name was Hua Tianqing. He had entered the Tianlong clan a long time ago. He was one of the 3 youngest White Dragon elders in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, he was as famous as Shui Haichuan, who had come from the Hidden Fog sect. At the same time, the leaders of the Divine Emperor-level forces, including the 3 elders of the Linghu family, all greeted the leader of the Donghua clan. Many leaders of the Divine King-level forces also came forward to greet Hua Chunming. They were reserved and humble. When Hua Chunming returned their greetings, they were all flattered and excited. Even though they are all Divine Emperor-level forces, there is still a big gap between them. The scene in front of him made Duan Lingtian sigh inwardly. Compared to a Divine Emperor-level clan like the Donghua clan, Divine Emperor-level forces like the Linghu family, Hidden Fog sect, Thousand Demons sect, and Murong family paled in comparison. Moreover, in Tonglung province, there are some Divine Emperor-level forces that are even more powerful than the Donghua clan. In those Divine Emperor-level forces, there is no lack of high-level Divine Emperors. Duan Lingtian was aware of this as well. However, such top Divine Emperor-level forces didn't need to curry favor with Divine Emperor-level forces like the Tianlong clan, which didn't have Divine Emperors. To put it bluntly, although the Tianlong clan was a Divine Emperor-level clan, its foundation was actually built by its ancestors. In terms of real power, it was only equivalent to a top Divine Emperor-level force. A top Divine Emperor-level force that wasn't weaker than the Tianlong clan naturally wouldn't want to be inferior to the Tianlong clan. Among the Divine Emperor-level forces that were indirectly affiliated to the Tianlong clan, the strongest one was about as powerful as the Donghua clan, and there were only a handful of them. Du Pejuan, you haven't answered my question. After the leaders of the various forces came forward to greet the leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, asked Du Pejuan again. Instantly, most of the people present all looked at Du Pejuan. If it was an ordinary person asking, Du Pejuan could ignore it. But now, the young lord of the Donghua clan kept asking. Although he was a little angry, he couldn't show it. He could only smile at Hua Tiandu and then look at Duan Lingtian subconsciously. Chapter 3789. When Du Pejuan looked at Duan Lingtian also looked at Du Pejuan. The two looked at each other. A moment later, Du Pejuan shook his head and looked at Hua Tiandu. I'm not confident. He wasn't confident. The moment Du Pejuan's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of shock in their eyes. Du Pejuan's strength was clear for all to see just now. Even so, Du Pejuan still said that he wasn't confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. From this, one could see just how deep his fear of Duan Lingtian was. At the same time, the onlookers increasingly felt that the Hidden Fog sect losing Duan Lingtian was a loss to the Hidden Fog sect. Many Hidden Fog sect disciples shook their heads and sighed. They felt that if Duan Lingtian was still in their Hidden Fog sect, they wouldn't have lost so much face today. You do know your own limits. After obtaining Du Pejuan's answer, Hua Tiandu laughed. Then, his eyes pierced through the skies and fell on Duan Lingtian. There was a bit of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian, when you killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao in the past, you were only a lower god king. Now, over 20 years have passed. Have you broken through to the middle god king realm? Hua Tiandu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a loud voice. For a time, everyone, including Du Pejuan, looked at Duan Lingtian. Among them were the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qian Yin, and the Hidden Fog sect's highest elder, Elder Lei. Of course, when Hua Tiandu mentioned Duan Lingtian killing Long Shao, Elder Lei frowned. His complexion darkened, but he didn't do anything. Not to mention that he had almost completely let go of that matter, but with Hua Tiandu's status, he had no choice but to hold back. It was also because Duan Lingtian had the 3 elders of the Linghu family by his side that no one dared to use their divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian. Thus, they could only wait for Duan Lingtian's answer. I barely broke through. Facing Hua Tiandu's question, Duan Lingtian nodded at him. He Tiandu only had a good impression of this straightforward Donghua clan's young sect master and didn't have any ill feelings towards him. It wasn't hard to see that this was a straightforward person. Of course, the other party had the right to be reckless. Amazing. After getting the answer from Duan Lingtian, Hua Tiandu gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Duan Lingen, when I was still a lower divine king, I definitely wasn't a match for a higher divine king, but you, as a lower divine king, have the strength to defeat a normal higher divine king. Now that you have broken through to the middle divine king realm, in Tonglung province, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find anyone below the divine emperor realm who can be your match. Hua Tiandu wasn't stingy with his praise. Young sect master, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. I look forward to fighting with you in the hidden dragon competition, although I don't have the confidence to win. Hua Tiandu smiled. As Duan Lingtian admitted that he had broken through to the middle divine king realm, apart from the people from the hidden fog sect, 10,000 demon sect, and Murong family, the rest of the people were shocked. Even the ordinary disciples of the hidden fog sect, 10,000 demon sect, and Murong family were shocked. However, the higher-ups of the three great powers weren't surprised by this. It was obvious that they already knew about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian became the focus of attention once again. It wasn't until 15 minutes passed that the gazes of the surrounding people gradually dissipated. The group of people who had come to watch also dispersed. Apart from those who were on good terms with each other, the people from the various great powers all left in groups. However, as many people left, they were still discussing Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to become a higher divine king. The people from the Murong family still gathered with the people from the Linghu family. As for Ho Qingning, he also came to Duan Lingtian's side and began chatting with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingen, you actually broke through to the middle divine king realm? You've hidden yourself too deeply. The last few times I messaged you, I didn't hear you mention it. Now that I think about it, I was too honest. I just broke through to the God King realm and I already told you the good news. Ho Qingning had broken through to the lower divine king realm 2 years ago. Moreover, when he had just broken through, he had already sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Are you sure you are only telling me the good news and don't have any thoughts of showing off? Duan Lingtian asked rhetorically. Ho Qingning was instantly speechless. When he had sent a message to Duan Lingtian to tell him the good news, he had indeed been proud and had said that it was impossible for him to show off. Of course, when Duan Lingtian mentioned his breakthrough again, Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. This was because he knew very well that it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to break through to the God King realm so quickly. It was Duan Lingtian who had continuously provided him with divine pills. First, it was the Limit Jia Yi Bing San divine pill. Later, after he had gone to the Murong family, Duan Lingtian had even asked him to send a trustworthy person from the 10,000 Leaves sect to retrieve the divine pills from the Linghu family. Among those divine pills, there was even a Limit King grade divine pill that could remove the bottleneck for a higher divine king realm cultivator. It was similar to the Emperor grade divine pill, Emperor Ascension divine pill, that the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition could obtain. However, there was no ordinary king grade divine pill that could achieve this. Only a type of king grade divine pill at the limit divine pill state could achieve this effect. As for the Emperor Ascension divine pill, even if it wasn't a limit divine pill, it had a similar effect. It could remove the bottleneck for a higher divine king realm cultivator to break through to the God Emperor realm. It was said that a top-level godly Emperor realm pellet could not only eliminate the problem of calmness, but it could also help cultivators break through to the godly Emperor realm. After breaking through to the godly Emperor realm, it could help cultivators consolidate their cultivation. Is there any news about Ding Yan? After chatting with Ho Qingning for a while, Duan Lingtian asked. Ever since Ho Qingning told him that his first friend in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy had disappeared without a trace, he hadn't heard from him. Over the years, he had tried to contact him several times, but he didn't get any reply. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul orb was intact, he would have thought that something had happened to him. No. Ho Qingning shook his head. Over the years, I've tried to contact him more than a dozen times, but I didn't get any reply. I don't know what he's doing. Why hasn't he replied to us? Ho Qingning was also puzzled when he mentioned Ding Yan. Do you know where he came from? Duan Lingtian asked. After he left without saying goodbye last time, I spent a lot of time in the Hidden Fog Academy to find out his origin, but I couldn't find anything. It was as if he suddenly appeared in Skywind City, leaving no trace behind. Ho Qingning said. His identity shouldn't be simple. At least, he should be from a God-Emperor force. Duan Ling Tian remembered something. Back when he was still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, Ding Yen had told him that as long as he stayed by his side, the Zhong clan, a God-King level family in Wind City, wouldn't do anything to him. At that time, he had guessed that Ding Yan's background wasn't simple. However, since Ding Yen had left without saying goodbye, this matter had become a mystery. What do you mean? Ho Qingning didn't know about this matter after all, and he only came to a sudden understanding when Duan Ling Tian explained it to him. Although I haven't known Ding Yen for long, I'm able to discern that he's absolutely not a person who speaks nonsense. Since he said that back then, he must be really confident in his background. I just don't know what kind of force is behind him. If we know, we can go and find him. Ho Qingning couldn't help but frown. Duan Ling Tian, what do you think happened to Ding Yen? Why haven't you replied to us after receiving so many of our messages? There are two possibilities. Duan Ling Tian said. The first possibility is that he's cultivating in seclusion and blocked our messages. The second possibility is that his spatial ring containing our soul orbs has been confiscated by someone, but his life isn't in danger. As for losing the spatial ring, that was impossible. Even if it was lost, the spatial ring that had recognized its owner by blood would send out a signal, allowing one to find it immediately. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's two possibilities didn't include the possibility of losing the spatial ring. 3 days was neither long nor short. For most people, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the number of people who came to the Sky Dragon Sect's encampment had also reached its peak. All they could see was a sea of people everywhere. These people were either there to send people over, to watch, or to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Today is the day of the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Only those who successfully pass the first round of auditions can enter the Tianlong temple and participate in the subsequent examinations. Every person who passes the auditions can bring one person into the Tianlong temple. The reason why the Tianlong clan set this rule is to make it convenient for those who pass the auditions to bring their elders into the Tianlong temple and observe their subsequent performance. This humanized rule was only set up 1,000 years ago, Li Yao said. Duan Lingtian heard the voice of a member of the Linghu family. Although he had long known what the so-called auditions were, it was the first time he had heard that those who passed the auditions could bring their elders into the Tianlong clan. This was because his understanding of the Tianlong clan's entrance examination was limited to the records in an ancient book that he had read in the Linghu family. That ancient book had been recorded by a member of the Linghu family 2,000 years ago, and it explained the Tianlong clan's entrance examination in detail. Of course, the Tianlong clan's entrance examination was ever-changing from the second round onwards, but the first round of auditions had never changed. The Tianlong clan's people are coming out. In the void east of the Tianlong temple, figures could be seen everywhere. Suddenly, everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian's, turned toward the Tianlong temple. With just a glance, they saw a group of people stepping out of the Tianlong temple. Chapter 3790. The group of people from the Tianlong clan was led by 10 people. Among the 10 people, there were young men, middle-aged men, old men, a beautiful woman, and 2 old women. Everyone, welcome to the Tianlong clan. Among the 10 people, an old man stepped out into the air. He looked at the vast crowd in front of him and spoke in a clear voice. I'm the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Yin Pingyi. I'm very happy to meet all of you here. I'm sure all of you are either here to participate in our Tianlong clan's entrance examination or to accompany the younger generation disciples who are participating in our Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Next, our Tianlong clan will conduct a preliminary selection for this time's entrance examination. Only those who remain after the preliminary selection will be able to enter our Tianlong temple and participate in the following examination. At this point, Yin Pingyi paused for a moment before continuing. Next, we'll begin with the inner sect disciples' preliminary selection. When our Tianlong clan recruits inner sect disciples, we only have one requirement: to be under 10,000 years old. There are no other requirements. Now, what Yin Pingyi said was already known to everyone present. At the same time, Yin Pingyi continued, the inner sect disciple preliminary selection will be divided into 3 rounds. The first round is the preliminary selection for the young geniuses between 8,000 years old and 10,000 years old. In this round, the 600 people with the most outstanding performance will pass the preliminary selection. The second round is the preliminary selection for the young geniuses between 8,000 years old and 5,000 years old and above. In this round, the 1,000 people with the most outstanding performance will pass the preliminary selection. The third round is the preliminary selection for the young geniuses below 5,000 years old. The 200 people with the most outstanding performance will pass the preliminary selection. Even if what Yin Pingyi said was true, everyone present was well aware of it because every time the Heavenly Dragon Sect's entrance examination was like this. Only 200 young geniuses below 5,000 years old will pass the preliminary selection. The reason why this number is set is firstly because those who are too young are generally not very strong. Secondly, rather than spending a lot of effort to cultivate young disciples, it's better to wait for a group of God Emperor forces to cultivate them and then recruit them into the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian had heard this from the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. Even if Linghu Renjie did not say it, it was not difficult for him to guess. If two people's talents and comprehension were similar, it would be much better to let them stay in a God Emperor force for a few thousand years and wait for that force to cultivate them and recruit them into the Tianlong clan, than to cultivate them themselves. In the Celestial Dragon Sect, not everyone could enjoy the best treatment. Ordinary treatment could also be enjoyed by godly emperors. Just like the direct descendants of God Emperor level forces, they could enjoy the best treatment in their respective forces. After entering the Sky Dragon Sect, unless one became an inner sect disciple, they would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as before. And Tianlong clan disciples would not receive the same treatment as their previous God Emperor forces. If they only became outer disciples, the Tianlong clan's treatment would be far worse. This was the case for Murong Inyue, the third daughter of the Murong family. If she could not become an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan, it would be meaningless for her to stay in the Tianlong clan. It would be better for her to stay in the Murong family and become an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan when she was strong enough. Although her elder brother was the White Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan, the White Dragon Elder was not able to cover the sky with one hand and provide her with the best treatment in the Tianlong clan. Now, people from the God Emperor forces, please come forward. As Yin Pingyi spoke, the people from the Linghu family, including Duan Lingtian, and the people from the God Emperor forces all approached the people from the Tianlong clan. As for the people who were originally close to the people from the Tianlong clan, they all consciously stepped back and did not dare to continue occupying their previous positions. Although they were a little resentful about the special treatment given to them by the God Emperor forces, they did not say anything, because they knew that this was the reality of the world. If they wanted to receive such treatment, they would have to become a member of a God Emperor force. Moreover, the people from the God Emperor forces present today were all affiliated with the Tianlong clan. They had contributed a lot to the Tianlong clan over the years, so it was normal for them to receive such special treatment. Everyone. As the people from the God Emperor forces approached, Yin Pingyi's eyes swept across their faces. Next, please ask your young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old to step forward. As Yin Pingyi's voice fell, a group of people immediately stepped forward. Among them was Du Pejuan. Although Du Pejuan was less than 10,000 years old, he was more than 8,000 years old. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, did not step forward. This Hua Tiandu is less than 8,000 years old? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. This was because he had heard from Ho Qingning that Hua Tiandu's strength was comparable to Du Pejuan's, even if he was not as strong as Yang Qinya, the young lord of the Million Demons sect. Hua Tiandu, only 6,000 years old. While Duan Lingtian was surprised, Ho Qingning's voice sounded in his ears, which made him speechless. Why are you paying so much attention to me? If you have so much time, you should spend it chatting with Miss Murong and getting to know each other better. Duan Ling Tian could not help but grumble through voice transmission. The latter, on the other hand, could not help but roll her eyes at him before she guiltily glanced at Murong Yinyu, who was next to her. Murong Yinyu was now looking at the young geniuses who had stepped forward. At the same time, she said to Ho Qingning in surprise, "There are more than 500 young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old in our God Emperor forces." Now, there were almost 600 young geniuses from the God Emperor forces who had stepped forward. There were 19 God Emperor forces present. Evenly, there were about 30 people from each God Emperor force. This time, all the God Emperor forces had brought more than 100 young geniuses. There were more of them in this age group. Of course, most of them were between 5,000 and 8,000 years old. Next, I will open the formation plate and show you a space of abyss. What you have to do is to leave the abyss from the bottom. Yin Pingyi, the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, said loudly, "Not only you. Even the young geniuses from the non-God Emperor forces will enter and compete with you. Many of you should be familiar with the process of the audition, but many of you should be here for the first time. So, I'd better tell you the rules." Yin Pingyi's voice suddenly became louder. This time, not only the people from the God Emperors, but also the people on the periphery of the battlefield heard his voice. The rule of the audition is to leave the space of abyss formed by the formation. In the space of abyss, you can do anything except kill. You can stop others from leaving the abyss, and you can also help others leave the abyss. Of course, the premise is that you have enough strength. The disciples of the various godly emperor forces will definitely join forces with their fellow disciples. Therefore, I suggest that those who are not from the godly emperor forces consider joining forces as well. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to stand out in the qualifier. After all, there are only 600 spots. There are close to 600 people from the God Emperor forces who have agreed to participate in the audition. Obviously, Yin Pingyi was warning the people who weren't from Divine Emperor-level forces. Those people's faces became solemn in an instant. "All right, I'll open the space of abyss now. Those between 8,000 and 10,000 years old will have 15 minutes to enter the space of abyss. Here, let me remind all of you. It's best if you don't enter now and wait for the next round. When the next round begins, everyone who enters will be tested for their bone age. If it's found that their bone age exceeds 80 million, they will be executed on the spot." In the realms of gods, bone age was an authoritative way to determine a person's age. One's bone age could be concealed by consuming certain divine pills. However, it could only increase one's age, not decrease it. For example, Duan Ling Tian was only slightly more than 700 years old. However, due to the divine pills that concealed his bone age, he appeared to be 2,000 years old. In other people's eyes, he was only slightly more than 2,700 years old. The reason Duan Ling Tian hid his bone age was because he did not want to attract too much attention. With his current strength, if he revealed his age, the entire Tonglung province would be shocked. After all, in the history of Tonglung province, there had never been such a monstrous genius before. As soon as Yin Pingyi finished speaking, those who initially thought they were lucky broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, they made their move when Yin Pingyi tossed the formation disc out. Naturally, these people who thought they were lucky were not from the God Emperor forces. Those from the God Emperor forces knew there would be a bone age test, so none of them dared to take any chances. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yin Pingyi tossed out the formation disc, a translucent light screen appeared in the void in front of them. The light screen fell from the sky, revealing a mirror-like abyss. "Go in." As soon as Yin Pingyi spoke, a group of young geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old, whether they were from the God Emperor forces, other forces, or independent cultivators, all rushed into the mirror-like abyss that fell from the sky. When they approached the mirror-like abyss, Duan Ling Tian and the others could see that when they appeared at the bottom of the mirror-like abyss, they became very small. They were like ants. I was wondering why the mirror-like abyss is not that high. We can get out in just a few steps. So it turns out that those who go in do not face the mirror-like abyss that the people outside see. To them, it is probably the real abyss. The scene in front of him reminded Duan Lingtian of when he participated in the God Spirit Rank Core Disciple Assessment in the Hidden Fog sect. A group of God Spirit Rank Inner Sect disciples encountered a similar test. Chapter 3791. Of course. Although Duan Lingtian had participated in the Hidden Fog sect's God Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment in the past, it had also been in the Abyss. The tests set up in the two were completely different. In the Hidden Fog sect's God Spirit Level Core Disciple Assessment, everyone could join forces. As long as they could rush through the numerous checkpoints above and leave the Abyss, they would be considered to have passed. But most people didn't have the ability to do so. But in the Tianlong clan's qualifier assessment, there were no obstructions within the Abyss. Everyone had a chance to leave the Abyss. The faster one was, the greater their advantage. As for those who were slow, they might fight over a spot to leave. Begin. A quarter of an hour later, as the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder Yin Pingyi spoke out, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, everyone in the mirror abyss began to move. One figure after another shot up into the sky like lightning. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. It wasn't hard for him to see that among the dozen or so people at the very front, one of them was a core disciple of the myriad demon sect, Du Pejuan. Of the other dozen or so people, there were people from God Emperor level influences and people who weren't. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that nearly half of these people weren't from God Emperor level influences. I never thought that there would be so many young geniuses outside of God Emperor level influences. These people, without exception, are all upper god kings. Duan Lingtian sighed. Moreover, these people weren't ordinary upper god kings. In terms of strength, they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with some core elders of God Emperor level influences. Of course, among these dozen or so people, there were some who were weaker than Du Pejuan. Because they specialized in wind laws, they were able to fly faster. Among them, there was also an inner sect disciple of the Linghu family. He was the nephew of the former Linghu family head, Linghu Renjia. Duan Lingtian had met him several times and they could be considered to be similar. His name was Linghu Chongshao. According to what Duan Lingtian knew, this Linghu Chongshao would be 10,000 years old in less than 100 years. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still qualified to enter the Tianlong clan, so he came to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were thinking that Linghu Chongshao, Du Pejuan and the others would be the first batch of people to rush out of the abyss, Linghu Chongshao, Du Pejuan, and the others suddenly changed their minds. A sudden change occurred. When they were still some distance away from the exit of the abyss, Du Pejuan, Linghu Chongshao and other people from godly emperor-level factions actually joined hands and attacked several people from other non-godly emperor-level factions. What are they trying to do? While some people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled, many people had already opened their mouths to dispel their doubts. Anyone who has come to watch the Tianlong clan's audition twice will not be surprised by this scene. That's because the process is similar every time. These people from godly emperor-level factions have temporarily joined forces to resist those who are not from godly emperor-level factions and prevent them from rushing out of the abyss and passing the audition. After all, the quota is limited. They all hope that the people who get the quota are from their own sects and clans. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. At the same time, he also doubted whether the people from godly emperor-level factions would be able to stop everyone else. Moreover, the first batch of people to rush out was only a few from godly emperor-level factions. This time, there were a total of 19 people from godly emperor-level factions participating in the audition. The rest were not in the first batch of people from godly emperor-level factions. Would Du Pejuan, Linghu Chongshao and the others choose to cooperate or suppress them together? When the second batch of people arrived, Duan Lingtian saw that all the people from godly emperor-level factions had joined forces to resist those who were not from godly emperor-level factions. This seems to be a bit unfair. Just when Duan Lingtian felt that this scene was unfair to those who were not from godly emperor-level factions, the people from godly emperor-level factions who were blocked by Du Pejuan and the others flew down from the sky and began to attack those who were weaker. Coupled with the cooperation of those who were not from godly emperor-level factions, the weaker people from godly emperor-level factions were injured one by one. They lost the ability to fly up and could only slowly land to heal their injuries. More and more people were injured. When Du Pejuan and the others rushed down, it was already a bit late. Some people from godly emperor-level factions began to pin down Du Pejuan and the others. Other people who were not from godly emperor-level factions took advantage of the situation and flew up from the sky. At the same time, they did not forget to attack Du Pejuan and the others. It was a tangled battle. Just like that, a chaotic battle broke out. Although the rules prevented them from killing, it did not take long before some people were seriously injured and fell down from the sky. Among these people, there were people from godly emperor-level factions and people who were not from godly emperor-level factions. In the end, it completely became a competition of strength. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to fly up into the sky, they would be stopped by others. Everyone continued to fight, as if they would not stop until only those who were qualified for the quota were left. Of course, at this time, many people took advantage of the chaos to find a chance to leave the abyss. There were people from godly emperor-level factions and people who were not from godly emperor-level factions. Those who were from godly emperor-level factions who left were not very strong, because the weak ones were seriously injured and the strong ones stayed down there. Those who were not from godly emperor-level factions were more or less the same. It's really intense. The scene before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but sigh emotionally. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask Linghu Jingxing, who was nearby, curiously, "Elder Jingxing, are the other two selections like this as well?" Linghu Jingxing immediately gave him an answer. "They're all like that." Duan Lingtian, the Linghu family will rely on you in the selection for those who are under 5,000 years old. Of course, if you are capable enough, you can send a member of the Murong family up there and let the Murong family owe you and the Linghu family a favor. Linghu Jingxing said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. "Elder Jingxing, you think too highly of me. But I will try my best." At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at those who were injured and had no chance of getting a quota. He knew that they could only give up on joining the Tianlong clan. They were too old to participate in the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment. The Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment was restricted to those who were under 5,000 years old. Not only were those who were eliminated in the first round not eligible to participate in the Tianlong clan's outer sect disciple assessment, but those who were eliminated in the second round were also the same. But there are still people at the godly spirit realm trying to take advantage of the situation. In the process just now, Duan Lingtian had discovered that there were a few people at the godly spirit realm among those who were not from godly emperor-level factions. But these people, except for a few who had personal protection, were all injured and lost the chance to get a quota. I really don't know what they are thinking. Even if he is lucky enough to pass the selection, can he pass the subsequent assessment? The Tianlong clan's entrance assessment is not just a selection. There are several other assessments after that, and only those who pass all the assessments can enter the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian heard the voice of a Linghu family disciple. In an instant, this topic was stirred up, and the entire Linghu family camp became lively. They were all ridiculing those who had entered the mirror image abyss to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance assessment with only a godly spirit realm cultivation. As time went by, in the mirror image abyss, there were fewer and fewer people who were still standing. It's about time. There's no point in continuing to fight. In the abyss, after one person spoke, the others looked around and confirmed that there were less than 600 people left, and they all stopped fighting. Then, they all tacitly stopped fighting and stepped into the air, rushing out of the abyss. In fact, during this process, many of the two people that had been fighting to the death earlier began to chat. "Damn, you were truly ruthless earlier. My arm was nearly dislocated by you. You think you weren't ruthless?" If I hadn't dodged your palm knife in time, half of my ear would have been cut off. It's just an ear. It'll grow back after I take a divine healing pill. Based on what you said, your arm can also grow back after taking a divine healing pill. In the realms of gods, there were many divine healing pills that had the effect of regrowing flesh and bones. Ordinary injuries, even a broken leg or arm, could be healed. In fact, even if his heart was pierced through, he would be able to recover. In the realms of gods, the soul was the foundation. As long as the soul was not destroyed, there was a chance for recovery. Therefore, in the realms of gods, one could either destroy the soul directly or explode the person into a bloody mist. That way, one could destroy the person's body and soul. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, more than 500 people rushed out of the abyss. During this process, there were also some people who helped injured people out. Most of the injured people were from godly emperor forces, only a few of them weren't from godly emperor forces. Those few people who were not from divine emperor-level forces were the first batch of people who flew out together with Du Pejuan and Linghu Chongxiao. It's useless even if you bring him through the selection. Linghu Chongxiao, who was supporting a Linghu family's disciple, glanced at a middle-aged man who was supporting a young man and said to the middle-aged man, "The second round of the Tianlong clan's inner sect assessment is based on one's own strength. With his cultivation base as a greater god, it's impossible for him to pass." I know. The middle-aged man was from a non-godly emperor force who was skilled in the law of wind. He was also one of the non-godly emperor forces who managed to catch up with Du Pejuan and Linghu Chongxiao. When he heard Linghu Chongxiao's reminder, he said with a smile, "You asked me to bring someone along. However, I don't know anyone else other than this brother of mine, so I can only bring him along. There are a few people from godly king forces who asked me to bring them along through voice transmission. However, I'm not interested in the little benefits they promised." The middle-aged man said. Linghu Chongxiao was speechless when he heard this. He did not know how to respond. Just like that, after the 600 people left the abyss, the first round of the inner sect assessment officially came to an end. Chapter 3792. In the inner sect assessment of the Tianlong clan, 600 people from 8,000 to 10,000 years old had passed. Among them, close to 400 were from godly emperor forces. The remaining 200 or so were not from godly emperor forces. Anyone with some ability, regardless of whether they were from godly emperor forces or individual practitioners, had all passed. Of course, there were also some who had passed with the help of others. These people were destined not to go far. Even if they were not eliminated in the first round, they were destined to be eliminated later on. All in all, the Tianlong clan's first round was considered fair to a certain extent. As long as you had enough ability, you would be able to pass. Of course, compared to the people from godly emperor forces, they definitely had an advantage. Of the people from various godly emperor forces who participated in the Tianlong clan's inner sect assessment, more than 60% passed. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the Linghu family who had participated in the first round of the first round. It was not difficult to see that about 70% of them had passed. Next, it's the second round of the inner sect assessment. After the results of the first round were out, someone from the Tianlong clan was in charge of compiling the name list. After the name list was compiled, the people who had passed the first round were brought into the Tianlong temple by the Tianlong clan. The person who brought them into the Tianlong temple was one of the 9 people who had come with Yin Pingyi, the inner sect elder who was in charge of the Tianlong clan assessment. He was obviously also an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Next, it's the second round of the inner sect assessment. Yin Pingyi's voice sounded again. At the same time, he looked at the mirror abyss in the void not far away and said loudly, "Young talents between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, enter the mirror abyss now." Another reminder, if anyone over 8,000 years old enters, they will be killed by the killing array. Do not take any chances. As Yin Pingyi finished speaking, a group of people stepped into the air and entered the mirror abyss. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ants in front of the group of people, including Duan Lingtian. Among them was the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. There are so many people. At the same time, it wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to notice that the number of people participating in the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple entrance examination between the ages of 5,000 and 8,000 was much more than the number of people who participated in the first round of auditions. It was almost twice as many. No wonder there are 1,000 people who can advance to the next round. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. To think that there are still people who hold on to hope. Suddenly, Ling Hu Jingxing's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw that there were two people who weren't standing together in the mirror image abyss. Suddenly, they were pulled in by the energy of the 5 elements, and then they exploded into 2 balls of bloody mist. His body and Dao vanished, and he turned into ashes. Are those two crazy? Elder Yin Pingyi of the Tianlong clan reminded them again and again, yet they still hoped to enter by chance? These two people are definitely over 8,000 years old. He thinks that Elder Yin Pingyi is joking? Following the death of those two people, not only were the people in the mirror image abyss alarmed, but even the people outside couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt that those two people were crazy to want to become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Yin Pingyi also announced the start of the second round of the inner sect disciple entrance examination. Instantly, the competition in the mirror image abyss became exceptionally intense. However, among these people, 5 people were like the light of dawn in the darkness, and they were exceptionally eye-catching. As they moved, they were the fastest to rush to the top of the abyss. Among them was the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. That's the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Genshin. Who are the other 3 people? They're not even 8,000 years old, but they can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Genshin. I wonder who they are. I know that young lady. She's the 7th disciple of the 10,000 Flower Valley Master, a godly king-level sect. People call her Miss 7. Miss 7? She's the most talented disciple in the history of the 10,000 Flower Valley? Among the 5 figures that rushed to the exit of the abyss, 4 of them were young men with different temperaments. However, there was only one who was as graceful as a fairy. This girl was wearing a light purple dress, and her face was also covered with a light purple veil. However, even the veil seemed to cover her face tightly. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her eyes were like stars, and her forehead was like snow. Although she was wearing a veil, it couldn't hide her otherworldly appearance, making her exceptionally eye-catching. 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this godly king-level sect. Of course, this was also because there were many godly king-level sects, and it was impossible for him to know every single one of them. For example, in the Wind City where the Hidden Fog Academy was located, there were several godly king-level sections. And under the Hidden Fog Academy, there were also many godly king-level sects that were indirectly affiliated to it. Of course, what Duan Ling Tian was surprised about now was that a mere godly king-level sect could produce such an outstanding young genius. Moreover, it was a girl. 7th young lady? Duan Ling Tian's gaze also landed on the graceful and beautiful figure. He was quite surprised that a woman was able to know this step. Although there were female powerhouses in this world, it was not that there were no female powerhouses. Compared to men, there were far fewer of them. For example, the former 2nd young lady of the Linghu family, the younger sister of the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, was also a female powerhouse. Her current strength was the strongest in the entire Linghu family. In the Linghu family, even if the 2 old men, Heng and Huan, joined forces, they still wouldn't be her match. They are about to fight. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 5 people who were about to reach the end of the abyss finally made their move. Just like in the first round, the people of the godly king-level sects temporarily joined forces, and the people of the non-godly king-level sects also joined forces. A chaotic battle began once again. Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, and Ouyang Genshin, the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, who had the best performance in the second round, joined forces decisively. Seventh young lady and the other two young powerhouses of the non-godly king-level sects also joined forces resolutely, standing together with Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianshan. Then, Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jianshan took the lead and landed on the ground, attacking the people of the non-godly king-level sections. Seventh young lady and the other two followed closely behind, supporting the non-godly king-level sects while attacking the people of the godly king-level sections. The chaotic battle was in full swing. Throughout the whole process, Duan Lingtian only observed Hua Tiandu, Ouyang Jianshan, seventh young lady, and the other 5 people who were the fastest. As for their performance, it was indeed quite astonishing. Of course, it was just a comparison of experience. Because in the group below, there were actually a few people whose strength wasn't below theirs. It was just that they hadn't shown their strength before. Among these people, there were people of the godly king-level sects and non-godly king-level sections. Looks like the first round of the qualifier gave them a warning. So, they started to hide and only showed their true strength when the chaotic battle began. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover that these powerful young geniuses who had been hiding suddenly showed their strength. Many people had underestimated them and were seriously injured by them, temporarily losing the ability to continue climbing the abyss. After a period of chaotic battle, more and more people were injured. Just like the first round of the qualifier, the second round of the qualifier only ended when there were less than 1,000 people who still had the strength to climb the abyss. At the same time, the 10 or so people who had performed the best communicated with each other and were given the privilege to bring people out of the abyss. Each of them brought 2 or 3 people with them. In the end, they gathered 1,000 people and successfully ended the second round of the qualifier. The second round of the qualifier for inner sect disciples ended just like that. 1,000 people passed the qualifier. Those who have registered, come to my side and follow me into the Tianlong temple to prepare for the second round of the test. An elderly woman stepped out of the air and spoke to the 1,000 people in front of her in a clear voice. At this time, dozens of people from the Tianlong clan who had followed behind her stepped forward to record the information of the 1,000 people who had passed the qualifier. In the end, these 1,000 people left with the old woman. During this process, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old woman a few more times. It wasn't difficult for him to notice that the old woman's eyes were sparkling when she looked at the 7th young lady. Looks like this Tianlong clan inner sect elder has taken a fancy to this 7th young lady from the godly king-level sect, the 10,000 Flower Valley. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's our turn soon. Ho Qingning's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Although Ho Qingning tried his best to sound calm, based on the words he said through voice transmission, one could tell he was not calm at all. Yes, it's our turn soon. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, later, when the third round of the qualifier begins, I'll send the 2 of you up first. The 2 of us? Ho Qingning was startled and couldn't react in time. You and the Murong family's 3rd young lady. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ho Qingning with a meaningful gaze. Ho Qingning couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This guy, who was usually considered decent, actually had such a side to him. Consecrator Duan, I'll have to trouble you from now on. At this time, Linghu Jingxing looked at Duan Lingtian and said, our Linghu family is participating in the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple qualifier. There are only 15 people under the age of 5,000. Including you, there are 16 people in total. Rest assured, Elder Jingxing. Duan Lingtian nodded at Linghu Jingxing. Young geniuses under the age of 5,000 were unlikely to pose a threat to him in the vicinity of the Tianlong clan. After the 1,000 people who had successfully passed the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple qualifier were brought into the Tianlong temple, the Tianlong clan inner sect elder Yin Pingyi, who was in charge of the qualifier, announced loudly, now, please enter the mirror image abyss and participate in the qualifier if you are under the age of 5,000 and wish to become an inner sect disciple of our Tianlong clan. The rules are the same as before. Remember, anyone over the age of 5,000 will die if they enter the mirror image abyss. In the end, Yin Pingyi reminded him again. Chapter 3793. Including the Linghu family, there were only slightly more than 300 young geniuses under the age of 5,000 from the 19 divine emperor forces who came. This was the group with the least number of young geniuses. There were two reasons for this. First, it was difficult for geniuses of this age to make a name for themselves in the Tianlong clan, no matter how talented they were. Second, it was better for them to stay in a God Emperor force than to join the Tianlong clan. There are only a few people from God Emperor forces, but there are many people from non-God Emperor forces. When Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses under the age of 5,000 from the Linghu family entered the mirror image abyss, they found that there were more than 1,000 people from non-God Emperor forces. There were 3 times as many people as those from God Emperor forces. In the third round, only 200 people could pass, so the probability of passing was much lower than in the first and second rounds. After the first 2 rounds, the non-God Emperor forces had already gathered together and stared covetously at Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses from God Emperor forces. Ladies and gentlemen, in the first 2 rounds, we were at a disadvantage because there was not much difference in the number of people. But in the third round, we have more people than those from God Emperor forces. I suggest that we join forces to seriously injure them, and then we can choose 200 people from among us to pass the round. Following someone's words, many people immediately agreed to it. Of course, there were also some people from non-God Emperor forces who did not dare to agree because they had a God King clan or sect behind them. However, even so, the number of people who wanted to target divine emperors was still twice as much as the number of people from divine emperors. In this regard, except for the Linghu family, the rest of the people from God Emperor forces all looked grave. As the saying went, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Although they were confident in their own strength, their opponents had more people. The mirror image abyss is actually an independent space formed by a formation. It can also be said that it is an independent plane. The people from the outside can see inside, not because there is a transparent spatial barrier between them. It is just a mirror image formed by the formation so that people from the outside can see what is happening inside. Before entering the abyss in the mirror image, Duan Lingtian already knew what was going to happen. Hence, after entering the abyss, his heart was extremely calm. Along with him were 15 young geniuses from the Linghu family and 17 from the Murong family. The 17 young geniuses of the Linghu family under the age of 5,000 included Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyue. Right now, Duan Lingtian was walking with Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyue. However, after entering the abyss, Duan Lingtian discovered that the people from God Emperor forces were surrounded by people from non-God Emperor forces. Of course, there were some people who didn't belong to godly emperors, standing in the distance. Even though they didn't participate, they didn't want to help either. Aren't you afraid that the forces behind us will take revenge in the future? Asked a disciple of a divine emperor force coldly, staring at the people surrounding them. One of them stepped forward and sneered. If you want to take revenge, you have to find me first. Besides, maybe I'll be an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan in the future. Do you think the godly emperor force behind you will dare to attack me and my family? If the Tianlong clan finds out that you want to take revenge on me, a disciple of the Tianlong clan, because of the qualifier, I'm afraid the forces behind you won't have a good time, right? Now, those who dared to take part in the encirclement of godly emperors were not afraid of the godly emperor force's revenge. Therefore, threatening them was useless against them. 15 minutes is almost up. Although we can't kill them, I'm secretly happy that we can injure these arrogant godly emperors and make them watch us pass the qualifier. Someone laughed. So what if you're from a godly emperor force? You're not even 5,000 years old, how strong can you be? Many people said similar words. None of these people were from God King level factions. Even if they were from God King level factions. These people were either relatively uninformed or did not know much about what had happened in the past few days. Hence, when they heard these words, many people from godly emperor forces subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. Even those from godly king forces who didn't participate in the encirclement of godly emperor forces were looking at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not even 5,000 years old, but he had killed two outstanding core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Those two core disciples were existences that could defeat ordinary high-level godly kings. Some people from divine emperor-level forces, such as the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Demons sect, the Donghua clan, the Murong family, and the Linghu family, all knew that there was no one in the divine emperor-level forces. Even Du Pejuan, who was second only to Yang Qianye in the Thousand Demons sect, feared Duan Lingtian's strength. He even said that he didn't have the confidence to defeat Duan Lingtian. As for Du Pejuan, even in the first round of the qualifier, he was one of the top characters. In other words, if Duan Lingtian was placed in the first round of the qualifier for geniuses between 8,000 and 10,000 years old, Duan Lingtian would be in the top echelon like Du Pejuan. Elder Jingxing, it seems that those people don't know how strong Consecrator Duan is. They actually dare to encircle godly emperor forces, including Consecrator Duan. They really overestimate themselves. The head of the Murong family, Murong Yunlu, looked at Linghu Jingxing and said with a smile. Linghu Jingxing faintly smiled as he heard this. Perhaps they all think they have the ability to stop Consecrator Duan. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this time, even the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, Qian Yin, and the Grand Elder of the Hidden Fog sect, Elder Lei, looked at the non-godly emperor forces with disdain. In the mirror image abyss, no one triggered the killing array. Before the qualifier began, everyone was safe and sound. It seems that the people who died in the second round have completely dispelled the thoughts of those who thought they were lucky. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, there would definitely be people who would take the risk. Every time the Tianlong clan's entrance test is held, there are always some lunatics who take the risk and seek death. The scene in front of them caused many people to whisper. Begin. Soon, a quarter of an hour was up, and the voice of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Yin Pingyi, also resounded. As Yin Pingyi's voice fell, Duan Lingtian had already placed a hand on Ho Qingning's shoulder. At the same time, Ho Qingning's face reddened as he held Murong Inyue's hand under Duan Lingtian's arrangement. In the next moment, with a hu sound, Duan Lingtian teleported with the two of them and arrived in the air above the abyss. Upon seeing this, the people from the Divine Monarch's forces began to panic. When they saw Duan Lingtian leaving through the teleportation profundity, those who were skilled in observing the law of space quickly chased after him. Even those who weren't skilled in the laws of space also quickly chased after him. You want to rush up under our noses? You're dreaming. Within 3 breaths of time, I will catch up to you and pull you down. Brat, you can't go up. Now, Duan Lingtian had become the bird that stood out in everyone's eyes. A group of people who weren't from the God Emperor forces either teleported or leaped into the air to chase after Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not teleport a second time like everyone had expected after the first teleportation. Standing in the air, he glanced at Ho Qingning and Murong Inyue beside him and said, "You two go up first, I'll follow." Ho Qingning knew Duan Lingtian's strength. Without any hesitation, he prepared to leap into the air, but at the same time, he let go of Murong Inyue's hand. This was because he felt that he didn't need to hold Murong Inyue's hand. Murong Inyue could go up by herself. However, just as he let go of Murong Inyue's hand, before he could move, Murong Inyue took the initiative to hold his hand. "You took advantage of me and now you want to run away?" Murong Inyue's voice was filled with the anger of a young girl. Didn't Duan Lingtian say that he was going to teleport? Didn't he say that he sent a message to you? Ho Qingning was a little anxious. "Idiot, if you have anything to say it after we get out." Murong Inyue glared at Ho Qingning angrily. Then, she took Ho Qingning's hand and leaped into the air above the abyss. Outside the mirror abyss, the master of the Murong family, Murong Yunlu, couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Even if his daughter didn't say anything as her father, he naturally knew that his daughter liked Ho Qingning. However, even though he was mentally prepared, seeing his daughter holding another man's hand, he still felt a sense of panic in his heart. It felt like a cabbage that he had painstakingly raised was taken away by a wild boar. "You can't leave. Stop them." As Duan Lingtian stood in the air, Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyue leaped into the air. The group of people who weren't from the God Emperor forces were about to chase after them. Some people who were good at the rules of space even wanted to teleport to catch up. However, in the next moment, they were all stopped. Regardless of whether they were teleporting or chasing after them, they were all stopped. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and casually tapped the air with his right foot. Suddenly, a powerful divine power bloomed in the air. After integrating with the rules of space, it formed a space barrier in the air and stopped the people below. Under the obstruction of the space barrier, even teleporting couldn't get through. A medium supreme being. At the same time, the group of people who weren't from the God Emperor forces were shocked. They didn't expect the purple-robed young man in front of them to be a medium supreme being. How did he cultivate? One had to know that in the entire Eastern Mountain Prefecture, anyone who could break through and become a lesser divine king before the age of 5,000 would be considered a freakish talent. Chapter 3794. When Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of a middle god king, it shocked everyone who was chasing him. All of them revealed looks of shock and disbelief. And while they were still in shock, the Linghu family disciple below couldn't help but laugh. You people can't be so ignorant that you don't know about our Linghu family's exalted Duan, right? As this Linghu family disciple spoke, many people were suddenly enlightened. So he is the Linghu family's exalted Duan Lingtian. Exalted Duan? Of course, most people didn't know about Duan Lingtian. However, when they learned about Duan Lingtian's background from the people around them, their expressions changed once more. Less than 3,000 years old? He refined the limit of spirit-level divine pills. Is he still a human? Although most people who weren't from God Emperor-level influences came from the Tianlong clan's surrounding regions, many of them lived in places where information was limited. There were also some people who were in closed-door seclusion all year round. Thus, even though Duan Lingtian's name had spread far and wide, they still didn't know anything about him. It is said that this Linghu family's exalted Duan comprehended the fusion of the three profound meanings of the space laws in his early years. When he was at the lower God King realm, he killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. And those 2 core disciples had the ability to defeat ordinary upper God Kings. Now, this Duan Lingtian has broken through to become a middle God King. Even if his comprehension of the laws hasn't increased, his strength has become even more terrifying. Where did this monster come from? Moreover, does such a monster need to follow the rules and participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? Such a monstrous genius could go to the Tianlong clan at any time. The Tianlong clan would welcome him, right? Perhaps he came here for the Hidden Dragon competition. Don't forget, the top 10 prizes of the Hidden Dragon competition this time are all Emperor pills. That should be it. The Emperor Transcending Divine Pellet is a divine pellet that can eliminate the bottleneck between High Divine King and Low Divine Emperor. Only an Emperor-level Divine Alchemist can refine it. Even Duan Lingtian would want it. For a moment, while the group of people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, they didn't forget to ridicule Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they also guessed the purpose of Duan Lingtian's participation in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination. The Linghu family and the Murong family go up this way. Just as everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and talent, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the spatial barrier, finally spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the eyes of the members of the Linghu family and the Murong family lit up. At the same time, they quickly moved towards the direction that Duan Lingtian was pointing at. A gap appeared in the spatial barrier there. Pumph. A middle-aged man who was closer to the gap snorted. He also wanted to go through the gap. However, what awaited him was a terrifying attack condensed from the power of space. It fell from the sky like a giant hammer, smashing into his body and severely injuring him. Then, after spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, he staggered and fell from the sky. The divine power in his body was incomparably dim. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian holding back, not to mention flying, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. As soon as Duan Lingtian made a move, the expressions of the other people who were also planning to go up changed. Thank you, exalted Duan. At this time, the members of the Linghu family arrived. They stepped into the air through the gap, unimpeded as they moved towards the exit of the abyss. Seeing the members of the Linghu family and the Murong family line up, the eyes of the onlookers turned red. Senior brother Duan Lington, for the sake of our friendship with you in the past, please help us. At this time, a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect looked at Duan Lingtian and pleaded, Duan Lingyan, if you are willing to help us go up, the Donghua clan will not forget your kindness today. A disciple of the Donghua clan also said. With someone taking the lead, the people of the other godly emperor forces also started to speak up when they approached, asking Duan Lingtian to help them. At this time, the people who weren't from the godly emperor forces were also anxious. What a joke! If it were only the members of the Linghu family and the Murong family, it would be fine. After all, there were only about 30 people in total from these two godly emperor forces. In that case, there were still about 70 places left for them. However, if the people of the other godly emperor forces also received Duan Lingtian's help, they wouldn't be able to get a place in the remaining places. Everyone, if you don't make a move now, there will be nothing for us to do. As a person who wasn't from the godly emperor forces roared, many people immediately made a move. There were more than a dozen people who weren't from the godly emperor forces. Moreover, they were all people who were confident in their own strength. They didn't attack Duan Lingtian or break the space barrier. Instead, they stopped the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family who hadn't had time to go up yet. Now, only half of the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family had gone up. In total, there were about a dozen people below the space barrier. The dozen people who weren't from the godly emperor forces made a move. They attacked one-on-one, trying to stop the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family. Moreover, after they made a move and saw their strength, the people of the Linghu family and the Murong family all changed their expressions. These people weren't much weaker than them. At the very least, they could fight them to a draw. Some of them could even defeat them. Humph! Just as the dozen people made a move, a cold snort was heard, like a clap of thunder. Immediately after, a dozen space energy gathered under the space barrier and turned into a dozen storms. Like giant stones falling from the sky, they pressed down on the dozen people who made a move. They were so fast that the dozen people couldn't dodge in time. However, even if they couldn't dodge in time, they still made a move in a hurry, preparing to defend against the dozen storms that fell from the sky. At this moment, almost all of them took out their divine artifacts, all of which were medium-quality divine artifacts. Boom! A middle-aged man in a blue robe was the first to defend against the storm that fell from the sky. In an instant, the divine artifact in his hand became extremely dim. Then, the terrifying space storm tore his robe apart, and there were streaks of blood on his exposed skin. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge force swept out from the space storm and hit his chest like a giant hammer, seriously injuring him. For a moment, his body swayed and fell from the sky. He spat out blood, following in the footsteps of the previous person. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Before the onlookers could recover from the shock of seeing the first injured person, the remaining dozen or so people also followed in the footsteps of the first person. All of them were seriously injured and only had one breath left to use their divine power to fall from the sky, barely preventing themselves from falling to their deaths. Suddenly, there was a dead silence. Let's go! The dozen people from the Linghu family and the Murong family who had recovered from the shock hurriedly passed through the gap and went up. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Linghu family and the Murong family had gone up. At this time, Ho Qingning and Murong Inyue were the first to leave the abyss and became the first two people to advance in this round of qualifiers. Outside, the atmosphere was dead silent. This is too damn heaven-defying, isn't it? One man can hold back 10,000 men. Who is this person? You don't know who this person is? The Linghu family's consecrator, Duan Lingtian. He is the first divine spirit-level core disciple to appear in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. You don't know him? So it's him. Heavens! Over 20 years ago, when he was in the Hidden Fog sect, Wasn't he just a higher divine spirit? Later, he left the Hidden Fog sect for a trip. When he returned, he broke through to the lower Divine King realm. Now, 20 years have passed and he has stepped into the Middle Divine King realm? When the people outside regained their composure, they began to discuss amongst themselves. They all knew who the person in the mirror image abyss who could hold back 10,000 men was. Duan Ling Tian. The Linghu family's consecrate. A person who had comprehended the fusion of the three profound meanings of the space laws. A middle divine king who was less than 3,000 years old. He even had a heaven-defying talent in alchemy. He could refine the limit of spirit-level divine pills at will. He was comparable to an outstanding emperor-level divine pill master. At this time, it wasn't just those who knew of Duan Lingtian's existence that were shocked by his strength. Even those who didn't know of Duan Lingtian fell into a state of shock after hearing of his achievements and seeing the Duan Lingtian's performance. A monster, too monstrous, even the Tianlong clan would find it difficult to keep him here. The Murong family's patriarch, Murong Yunlu, sighed repeatedly as he stood beside the Murong family's patriarch. This time, we owe the Linghu family and this little fellow a favor. Murong Yunlu sighed. His eyes were also filled with shock. Although he knew Duan Lingtian had this strength, seeing it with his own eyes gave him a completely different feeling. He's the Duan Lingtian from the Linghu family? At the same time, the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Yin Pingyi, was shocked. The other 7 Tianlong clan's inner sect elders who were standing side by side could not help but discuss among themselves. I originally thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but today, it seems that the rumors about him are not necessarily exaggerated. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he has such strength. In the history of our Tianlong clan, there shouldn't be such a monster, right? With his strength, it's too much of a bully for him to participate in the selection for inner sect disciples under the age of 5,000. If he helps the people from other Divine Emperor forces, those who aren't from Divine Emperor forces won't be able to advance. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to hold another selection for inner sect disciples under the age of 5,000. Otherwise, it'll be unfair to them. The group of Tianlong clan's inner sect elders were shocked and helpless at the fact that Duan Lingtian had single-handedly stopped thousands of people from participating in the third selection for inner sect disciples. Duan Lingtian's actions did not violate the rules. Therefore, even if they felt that this was unfair to the others, they had no way of stopping Duan Lingtian. They could only let Duan Lingtian dominate this selection. Chapter 3795. In the mirror image abyss where the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples were selected, Duan Lingtian stood in the middle of the abyss, stepping on the space barrier. He looked majestic like a god descending from the heavens. Above him, half of the young disciples of the Linghu family had followed Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyue out of the abyss and passed the selection. The rest of them would be able to leave the abyss and pass the selection soon. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any intention of removing the space barrier. Everyone, if Duan Lingtian helps the people from the other godly emperor forces, then those of us who are not from the godly emperor forces won't have a chance. I suggest that we work together to break through Duan Lingtian's barrier. I don't believe that he can defeat all of us. After those people had been seriously injured by Duan Lingtian, someone finally stirred up the crowd's emotions, and it was very effective. There were a total of 200 people who could advance to the next round of the selection. Now, the Linghu family and Murong family had taken over 30 spots, leaving 160 spots. If Duan Lingtian helped the people from the other godly emperor forces, then those of them who were not from the godly emperor forces would be eliminated directly. That's right. Let's work together. I don't believe that he can stop all of us. Let's work together. Let's go. The group of people who were not from the godly emperor forces were unprecedentedly united at this moment, mobilizing the divine power in their bodies almost at the same time. Of course, they dared to do so because they knew that Duan Lingtian would not kill them. Once Duan Lingtian killed them, it would be against the rules. The people from the other godly emperor forces looked at each other, not knowing whether they should work together to break through Duan Lingtian's barrier or attack those who were not from the godly emperor forces to share the burden with Duan Lingtian. So far, Duan Lingtian had not revealed any intention of helping them, so they were not confident. Did I say I was going to help them? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by the group's actions. Raising his head to look at the sky, he noticed that the last member of the Murong family had left the abyss. Immediately he teleported away. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, the spatial barrier that was blocking everyone's attack instantly shattered into pieces. Duan Lingtian has no intention of helping them. At this moment, a group of people who were not from God Emperor forces also realized this. When Duan Lingtian left the abyss once again fell into a chaotic battle. The battle was even more intense than the previous two battles. This group of people who were not from God Emperor forces seemed to be venting their anger towards Duan Lingtian on the people from God Emperor forces. For a time, the young geniuses of the 17 God Emperor forces were forced to bear unprecedented pressure. At this time, their hearts were filled with resentment towards Duan Lingtian. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, these people would not have targeted them like this. Now, Duan Lingtian was standing in the void outside the abyss, thanking the people from the Linghu family and the Murong family. Even the third miss of the Murong family, Murong Inyue, thanked Duan Lingtian repeatedly. Duan Lingtian, those people from God Emperor forces who have not yet come up probably want to kill you now. Ho Qingning looked down at the battle in the abyss and shook his head with a smile. As time passed, more and more people left the abyss. Among them, there were many people from God Emperor forces. Although these people were under great pressure because of Duan Lingtian's attack, there were many people who were strong. However, there was no lack of powerful experts among them. It was not difficult for them to leave the abyss. Of course, most of the young geniuses who flew out of the abyss were not from God Emperor forces. Part of the reason was that there were more people from God Emperor forces, and part of the reason was that the people from God Emperor forces were being targeted. Moreover, there were less people from two God Emperor forces who supported them. The young disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family had already left the abyss with the help of Duan Lingtian. What are you so proud of? Duan Lingtian can help you in the selection, but in the assessment later, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian is, he can't help you. Some of the young disciples from God Emperor forces were angry when they saw the people from the Linghu family and the Murong family looking at them mockingly. They did not dare to target Duan Lingtian, but how could they be afraid of the ordinary disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family? They vented their anger at Duan Lingtian on the disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family. The disciples from the Linghu family and the Murong family were not to be trifled with either. They began to mock and ridicule the young geniuses from God Emperor forces who were angry at them. Naturally, those who came out of the abyss, regardless of whether they were from Divine Emperor forces or not, only had fear and dread in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. There was no hint of anger at all. To be precise, they did not dare to be angry. If you have time to quarrel here, you should focus on recovering from your injuries. The assessment later may not wait for you to recover from your injuries. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at the young men from the Linghu clan and the Murong clan who were arguing with the young men from the other Divine Monarch forces. Duan Lingtian's words immediately woke them up from their stupor. They hurriedly took some divine pills to recover from their injuries. As time went by, more and more people came out. Before long, there were 200 people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 200 people were sent out of the Heavenly Dragon Sect's Heavenly Dragon Sect. A few people from the Heavenly Dragon Sect were already waiting there to register them. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of your name for a long time. I thought the rumors were false, but today I see that they are true. An inner deacon of the Tianlong clan stood in front of Duan Lingtian and began to record Duan Lingtian's name without even asking for Duan Lingtian's name. At the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. After you enter the Tianlong clan, I'm afraid there will be many Black Dragon Elders who want to take you as a disciple. The talent you have shown so far is not inferior to the 3 youngest White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan. The inner deacon was not stingy with his praise for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he gave Duan Ling Tian a soul bead. My name is Zhou Hao, and I'm an inner deacon of the Tianlong clan. After you enter the Tianlong clan, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you very much, Deacon Zhou Hao. Duan Ling Tian politely exchanged soul beads with the inner deacon. The inner deacon's enthusiasm made it difficult for him to treat him coldly. Little guys who advanced in the third round, follow me. Another elder of the Tianlong clan who looked like an old man stepped in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. He said to Duan Ling Tian and the others, "Next, I will lead you into the Tianlong temple. After you enter, the Tianlong clan's inner disciple entrance examination will begin." After the elder finished speaking, he led Duan Ling Tian and the others into the Tianlong temple. During this process, he took a few more glances at Duan Ling Tian, and there was no lack of admiration in his eyes. My name is Xiaojin, and I'm an inner elder of the Tianlong clan. When Xiaojin opened his mouth to introduce himself, he had already led Duan Ling Tian and the others into the Tianlong temple and descended towards one of the 9 huge dragon-like mountain ranges that belonged to the Tianlong temple. Next, I will lead you to the Tianlong clan's Blazing Dragon Mountain range. There are many volcanoes in the Blazing Dragon Mountain range. From afar, they look green and lush because these volcanoes are isolated by a formation. The lava that erupts from them will be directly swallowed by the formation's power and will not affect the other mountains. When Xiaojin led Duan Ling Tian and the others down from the sky, he did not forget to introduce the mountain range below them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze and saw that there were indeed many volcanoes in the mountain range. The volcanoes were basically barren, but because the number of volcanoes in the mountain range surpassed the other peaks, it was impossible to see these volcanoes from afar. Currently, there were many volcanoes that were constantly spewing lava. However, when the lava reached the air, it strangely dissolved. Earlier, I saw many lights in this mountain range from afar. I thought it was the refraction of sunlight. Now I know it's actually lava spewing out from the volcanoes. Ho Qingning and Duan Ling Tian walked side by side as they exclaimed, "Perhaps the Blazing Dragon Mountain range is named after this." At this moment, many people had already guessed this point. Under Xiaojin's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the mountainside of a huge mountain in the Blazing Dragon Mountain range. There was a vast stone platform here, and many people were already standing on it. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian and the others to recognize that these people were the 2 groups of people who had advanced in the first 2 rounds of the qualifiers. Du Pejuan, Du Qianjun, and Hua Tiandu were among them. At this moment, the group of people on the stone platform was still divided into 2 groups. When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived, they also stood separately. Regarding this, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. This was because he knew that the Tianlong clan's test for inner sect disciples was not all the same. According to age, it was divided into 3 levels of difficulty. The older a young genius was, the more difficult the test would be. Of course, the later Hidden Dragon tournament did not differentiate between these. Because of this, in the Hidden Dragon tournament, the older one was, the greater the advantage. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he received many messages from the Linghu family and Murong family. These people were all thanking Duan Ling Tian for helping their younger brothers and cousins pass the qualifier unscathed. When your elders arrive, the inner sect disciple entrance examination will continue. At this moment, the Tianlong clan inner sect elder Xiaojin, who had brought Duan Ling Tian and the others in, said to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Chapter 3796. As soon as Xiaojin's voice fell, the upper echelons of the various God-Emperor forces had all arrived. However, not all of them had arrived, and each of them had left one person outside. For example, the Linghu family. Only the 2 elders, Heng and Huan, had entered. Linghu Jingxing was still outside. For example, the Hidden Fog sect Master Qian Yin and Grand Elder Lei had entered. However, Vice Sect Master Murong Suifeng was still outside. There was also the Murong family. The Murong family's patriarch, Murong Yunlu, had entered. However, the elder beside him was still outside. Now, among the people who had entered, besides the upper echelons of the various God-Emperor forces, there were also some people who weren't from the God-Emperor forces. These people were either rogue cultivators or upper echelons of some God-King forces. Moreover, they all had their juniors present. Duan Lingtian, do you think I can successfully pass the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple assessment? Ho Qingning's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. His tone was slightly nervous. But, are you worried that third miss passed the inner sect disciple assessment but you didn't? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Ho Qingning was silent for a moment. After a while, he finally replied, yes. If you don't pass the inner sect disciple assessment, it's fine for you to enter the Tianlong clan as an outer sect disciple. Every 10 years, outer sect disciples have a chance to participate in the inner sect disciple assessment. Duan Lingtian said. I'm also worried about another situation. Ho Qingning smiled bitterly. If she doesn't pass the inner sect disciple assessment, I shouldn't be able to pass either. My strength is still inferior to hers. Then why don't you just go back to the Murong family with her? Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, as a direct descendant of the Murong family, if she can't become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, there's no point in her staying in the Tianlong clan. I know that, Ho Qingning said, but before I left, I told her, even if I can't become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, I will strive to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Hearing Ho Qingning's words, Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. You really lifted a rock only to drop it on your own feet. Don't worry. She'll be overjoyed if you follow her back to the Murong family. She won't care about what you said before. While Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning were chatting, a figure broke through the air and arrived in the sky above Duan Lingtian and the rest in the blink of an eye. This was a tall and handsome middle-aged man with a jade-like face. He wore a long gray robe and stood there as straight as a javelin. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. He saw the identity token hanging on the man's waist at a glance and felt a sense of déjà vu. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered again. In the past, Xue Haichuan also had such an identity token on his waist. The front was carved with a dragon, and the dragon was inlaid with something like white jade. It looked like a white dragon. Duan Lingtian didn't even need to guess to know that this was the identity token of the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. This is a White Dragon Elder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan was a mid-level divine emperor like the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, the strength of the two couldn't be compared. For example, although the inner sect elder and core elder of the Linghu clan were both high-level divine kings, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. For example, the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianjing, whom Duan Lingtian had dealt with, and the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, Xue Haichuan, were both mid-level divine emperors, but if they really fought, Kuang Tianjing might not even be able to take 3 moves in front of Xue Haichuan. This was the difference between the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan and the inner sect elder. The White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan symbolized the top mid-level divine emperors of the Tianlong clan. And in the Tianlong clan, above the White Dragon Elder was the Black Dragon Elder. The Black Dragon Elder was basically a high-level divine emperor, and their strength was extremely good. Greetings, Elder Dongfeng. Greetings, Elder Dongfeng. Following the appearance of this White Dragon Elder, the 4 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan present all respectfully bowed to the person who had come. Immediately afterwards, the members of various divine emperor-level forces, as well as those who were not from divine emperor-level forces, all bowed to the person who had come. Of course, at this moment, there were still some people who did not know the identity of the person who had come. However, as the surrounding people whispered to each other, they quickly confirmed the identity of the person who had come from the White Dragon medallion hanging from his waist. The White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. I am the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yanin. At the same time, the person who had come also opened his mouth to introduce himself. At the same time, he also let Duan Lingtian and the others know his name, Dongfang Yannian. I am fully in charge of the inner sect disciples' entrance examination, Dongfang Yannian said again. Just as everyone's hearts trembled, Dongfang Yannian's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a purple figure. Seeing Dongfang Yannian's gaze land on him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Also, in view of the Linghu family's consecrator Duan Lingtian's performance in the qualifier, I will give him special permission to not participate in the inner sect disciples' entrance examination. He can directly become an inner sect disciple of our Tianlong clan. When Dongfang Yannian spoke again, apart from the 3 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, everyone else turned pale with fright. This was because they had never heard that the Tianlong clan's entrance examination could be like this. However, after thinking about it, most people understood. Everyone present had either personally witnessed Duan Lingtian's performance in the 3rd round of the inner sect disciples' entrance examination, or heard of Duan Lingtian's performance through transmission. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, even if he participated in the inner sect disciples' entrance examination, it would only be a formality. Of course, Dongfang Yannian continued, if any of the young geniuses below 5,000 years of age have any objections, you can also challenge Duan Lingtian. When Dongfang Yannian said this, the mouths of many people standing around Duan Lingtian couldn't help but twitch. Challenge Duan Lingtian. Wasn't that just looking for a beating? 4 elders, please lead them to the examination hall. Seeing that no one had any objections, Dongfang Yannian withdrew his gaze from the young geniuses below 5,000 years of age around Duan Lingtian and looked towards the 4 inner sect elders who had led Duan Lingtian and the 3 groups of people in, as well as the elders of these young geniuses. Yes. The 4 respectfully accepted the order, and once again, each of them led a group of people and stepped into the air. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to join in the fun, Dongfang Yannian stopped him. Dongfang Yannian called out to him. Duan Lingtian, stay. HM? Duan Lingtian paused and looked at Dongfang Yannian in confusion. Even the 2 elders of the Linghu family, Heng and Huan, were looking at Dongfang Yannian with slightly furrowed brows. A hint of caution appeared in their eyes as well. Junior brother Haichuan told me to bring you over. Dongfang Yannian sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Haichuan. Dongfang Yannian's words made Duan Lingtian immediately think of Shui Haichuan. However, for safety's sake, he still sent a message to Shui Haichuan. Back then, Shui Haichuan had exchanged soul orbs with him. Brother Duan, you sure are careful. After receiving the message, Shui Haichuan immediately replied, Senior brother Dongfang is one of my closest friends in the Tianlong clan. He's not someone from the Thousand Demon sect or Vice sect Master Shui's side. You can rest assured. Moreover, even if he's from the Thousand Demon sect or Vice sect Master Shui's side, he wouldn't dare to kill you in the Tianlong temple. You can rest assured. From Shui Haichuan's words, it was clear that he knew Duan Lingtian's concerns. There's still some time before the sect entrance exam. If you want to join in on the fun, why don't you come to my place? If you're interested in the sect entrance exam, I can have senior brother Dongfang send a mirror image of the exam situation over there for you to see. Shui Haichuan smiled. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately stopped hesitating. After greeting the 2 elders and Ho Qingning and telling them not to worry, he left with Dongfang Yannian. On the way, Dongfang Yannian praised, Duan Lingtian, I've never seen junior brother Haichuan praise another person as much as he praises you. In the future, I'll be looking forward to your guidance in the Tianlong clan. Although Dongfang Yannian was a white dragon elder, he didn't put on any airs when he chatted with Duan Lingtian. He even acted as if he was talking to him as an equal. Just this alone made Duan Lingtian think highly of him. Of course, he also knew that birds of a feather flock together. Since Dongfang Yannian was on good terms with Shui Haichuan, it meant that this person had received Shui Haichuan's approval. As for Shui Haichuan, he had also received Duan Lingtian's approval in the past. Under these circumstances, Duan Lingtian was also happy to be friends with him. Elder Dongfang is too polite. You're a white dragon elder, and even if I enter the Tianlong clan, I'll only be an ordinary inner sect disciple. Ha, Dongfang Yannian laughed loudly, Duan Ling Tian, you're too modest. With your talent, it probably won't be long before you become the youngest white dragon elder in the history of our Tianlong clan. I even think that you have the potential to become the first god emperor of our Tianlong clan. Dongfang Yannian had a good relationship with Shui Haichuan, so he had long heard of Duan Lingtian's existence. In addition, Duan Lingtian's performance in today's qualifier made him feel that Duan Lingtian was extraordinary. It was hard to believe that this was someone who wasn't even 3,000 years old. To have such accomplishments before 3,000 years old. Looking at the history of the Tianlong clan, even the god emperors of the past couldn't compare to Duan Lingtian when they weren't even 3,000 years old. Not long after, Dongfang Yannian brought Duan Lingtian to Shui Haichuan's cultivation place, an independent courtyard halfway up a quiet mountain. Before this, Dongfang Yannian also brought Duan Lingtian to the Inner Sect Disciple Registration Office to complete the Inner Sect Disciple procedures in advance. Now, Duan Lingtian had officially become an Inner Sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. It was easier to get things done when there were people in the court. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply understood the meaning of those words. Brother Haichuan. When Duan Lingtian saw Shui Haichuan again, he discovered that Shui Haichuan was still as graceful as before. In fact, because he had already broken through to become a middle god king, he felt that Shui Haichuan was even more unfathomable. Chapter 3797. Brother Duan. Seeing Duan Lingtian again after more than 10 years, Shui Haichuan's face was full of smiles. After more than 10 years, you look even better than before. The last time Shui Haichuan saw Duan Lingtian was only a low divine king. Now, he was a mid-divine king. Before and after a breakthrough, one's appearance wouldn't change much, but their temperament would. Although their temperament wouldn't change much, Shui Haichuan could tell the difference with his eyesight. Brother Haichuan, you two chat first. I still have to preside over the Inner Sect Disciple Entrance Exam. Dongfang Yannian said to Shui Haichuan with a smile. On the way, he had been communicating with Shui Haichuan, so when he arrived with Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan came out to welcome them. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Dongfang. Shui Haichuan thanked him repeatedly. Duan Lingtian also thanked him. Sorry to trouble you, Elder Dongfang. I'll meet you two later. Dongfang Yannian nodded at the two, then turned and left. Under Shui Haichuan's welcome, Duan Lingtian entered the pavilion in the front yard of the courtyard where he cultivated. There was a wooden table in the pavilion. Under Shui Haichuan's greeting, Duan Lingtian sat opposite him. Brother Haichuan, where's Big Brother Haishan? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. He still remembered that the last time he saw Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan was in Linghu City. At that time, the three of them drank together, and Shui Haishan was dead drunk. My big brother has been cultivating in seclusion for more than 10 years. Shui Haichuan shook his head. It seems that Brother Haichuan's current strength has stimulated Big Brother Haishan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It wasn't difficult for him to guess Shui Haishan's thoughts. Duan Lingtian knew that his younger brother, who used to be on the same level as him, was now a mid-level deity emperor and the white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. If he were Shui Haishan, he would definitely be shocked and work even harder to catch up with his younger brother, Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan sighed. Big brother has wasted 10,000 years in the Heaven Stairway prison. Now that he's out and given 10,000 years, his achievements will definitely not be below mine. Speaking of which, it's really unfortunate. If I had joined the Tianlong clan a little later, maybe my big brother wouldn't have to go to the Stairway to Heaven prison. As he finished speaking, Shui Haichuan couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Obviously, he was extremely concerned about this. At this time, Duan Lingtian intentionally changed the topic. I heard that the reason Big Brother Haishan was imprisoned in the Stairway to Heaven was because he stood up for Big Brother Haichuan and killed the only son of the Hidden Fog Sect's former sect master? Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded and then said with a dignified expression, the former sect master wanted to sentence my big brother to death. However, at that time, my big brother had a reason to act. In addition, Our master has a good relationship with the various martial uncles and martial uncles. In consideration of the former sect master's only son's recklessness, they voted to sentence my big brother to the Stairway to Heaven stairway prison for 10,000 years. The former sect master, I heard that he later joined the Myriad Demon sect and came to the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Shui Haichuan nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. He's in the Tianlong clan and is also an elder of the White Dragon clan. But now, he can't do anything to me. When Shui Haichuan said this, his tone was full of confidence. In the past, he wasn't even a match for the former sect master's son. Now, he even had the strength to not fear the latter. Big brother Haishan came to the Tianlong clan. I'm afraid he has some ideas, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course. Shui Haichuan nodded. Ever since I brought my big brother back to the Tianlong clan, he hasn't had a moment of peace, but as long as my big brother doesn't leave my side, he won't be able to touch him. We still have to be careful, Duan Lingtian said with a dignified expression. As the saying goes, even a dog can jump over a wall in desperation, let alone a man. If he's really stubborn, I fear the Tianlong clan's rules won't be able to restrain him. In the past, Shui Haishan had killed the Hidden Fog sect's former sect master's only son. For the sake of his only son's death, the Hidden Fog sect's former sect master might be willing to do anything. I understand. Shui Haichuan nodded. I won't let my big brother leave my sight. He won't have a chance. As his voice fell, a cold light flashed in Shui Haichuan's eyes. In fact, in these past years, the reason he was able to smoothly grow to where he was today was because every step he took was difficult. Although the Hidden Fog sect's former sect master didn't hate him as much as he hated his big brother Shui Haishan, he had never stopped targeting him. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't the one who killed the former sect master's only son, he wouldn't have lived for more than a few days. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. After a while, Shui Haichuan took a deep breath and said with a smile, let's take a look at the inner sect disciple entrance exam this time and see who's the strongest. These people will be your opponents in the upcoming Hidden Dragon competition. As Shui Haichuan raised his hand and waved it in the air, a mirror image appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes like a movie. What appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes was the image of Ho Qingning and the others participating in the inner sect disciple entrance exam. Now, everyone was in a different independent space and faced 3 different levels of exam. The exam was the same, but the difficulty was different. The difficulty was also based on age. For example, the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Pejuan, was a young genius between 8,000 and 10,000 years old. His exam was the most difficult of the 3. Then, it was the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, and the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Qianjun. As young geniuses between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, their exam was of medium difficulty. As for Ho Qingning and Murong Inyue, their exam was the simplest. However, even if it was the simplest exam, with their abilities, it would still be difficult for them to deal with it until the end. Junior brother Duan, that youth and that girl are your friends? Shui Haichuan also noticed that Duan Lingtian often looked at Ho Qingning and Murong Inyue, and he couldn't help but ask. Duan Lingtian nodded. His name is Ho Qingning. As for that girl, she is the 3rd daughter of the Murong family, Murong Inyue. They are my friends. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Shui Haichuan smiled slightly. Since that's the case, I'll ask senior brother Dongfang to take care of them. As long as they aren't too weak, passing the inner sect exam shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. That's right, Dongfang Yanyan was this brother Haichuan's good friend. With one word from him, even if Dongfang Yanyan couldn't take care of Ho Qingning and Murong Inyue, he would definitely be able to take care of them appropriately. This way, the chances of the 2 passing the inner sect exam would be even higher. Not long after Shui Haichuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian discovered that the exam for Ho Qingning and Murong Inyue had changed. Of course, this was because he was mentally prepared, and his gaze had always been on the 2 of them. Otherwise, such a subtle change would have been difficult to detect. Senior brother Dongfang is only the person in charge of the inner sect exam. There are also other people in charge of the outer sect exam. At the same time, there is also a Black Dragon Elder who is the overall person in charge. Following Xue Haichuan's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood. Although Dongfang Yannian was the person in charge of the Tianlong clan's inner sect exam, the process of the exam still had to be recorded in the floating image pearl and reviewed by the overall person in charge. If it wasn't too exaggerated, then it wouldn't matter if the person in charge just closed his eyes. If it was too exaggerated, then Dongfang Yannian would definitely be held accountable. As for himself, with his performance in the selection, even if everyone knew that he was exempted from the inner sect exam, no one would say anything. In fact, the overall person in charge, the Black Dragon Elder, might even praise Dongfang Yannian for being flexible. "Thank you, Brother Haichuan." Duan Lingtian repeatedly expressed his thanks to Xue Haichuan. As for Xue Haichuan, he merely waved his hand and smiled. "Compared to the kindness you have shown my big brother, this small matter is nothing." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xue Haichuan's expression turned solemn. "Brother Duan, when you enter the Tianlong clan this time, you must be careful of the 10,000 demon sect's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. The current Kuang Tianjing is completely different from the Kuang Tianjing who went to the Linghu family to look for you in the past. Because his second disciple married Vice Sect Master Xue's daughter, he can now be considered one of Vice Sect Master Xue's people. In the last 20 years, even the 10,000 demon sect's bloodline has risen along with his rise in status. They seem to be able to suppress our hidden fog sect." As Xue Haichuan spoke to hear, he added, "Of course, even if he is one of Vice Sect Master Xue's people, he won't dare to rashly make a move against you within the sect. At most, he will think of ways to make things difficult for you. If he wants to kill you within the sect, he can only do so if he challenges you to a life or death battle. However, you can choose not to accept that kind of life or death battle. Apart from that, as long as you don't leave the sect, he won't be able to do anything to you. If you want to go out, just let me know. I will find someone to go with you. It's also because I have to stay behind to look after my big brother. Otherwise, I would have gone with you." Xue Haichuan said. "Thank you for Brother Haichuan's reminder. I will remember it." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. At the same time, he was a bit more vigilant in his heart. Xue Haichuan smiled and said, "I almost forgot. You are no longer a member of our hidden fog sect. With your status in the Linghu family, once you enter the Tianlong clan, you will definitely be valued by the Linghu family. The powerhouses of the Linghu family will definitely be willing to shelter you." Xue Haichuan's words reminded Duan Lingtian of how the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie, had been removed from his position as patriarch because of him. He sighed inwardly. Although he could understand the actions of the Linghu family's elder council, if he could enter the Tianlong clan, he didn't want to owe a favor to anyone in the Linghu family. Of course, he wasn't worried about not being able to repay the favor. Rather, he was worried about being a burden to others. For example, Linghu Renjie was removed from his position as patriarch of the Linghu family because of him. He needed to complete the agreement with the Linghu family's elder council within 100 years before Linghu Renjie could return to his position as patriarch. Chapter 3798. There were some things that Duan Lingtian couldn't control. Take what Linghu Renjie had done for him, for example. He didn't know that the 3 years he spent in the Linghu family's secret room had caused the Linghu family to suffer such a huge loss. Moreover, it was enough to affect Linghu Renjie's position as the head of the family. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't have continued to stay in there. Even if Linghu Renjie told him, he could understand and wouldn't drag Linghu Renjie down. But the problem was, from the beginning to the end, Linghu Renjie had never told him about his difficulties. Such a favor, if it was a heartless person, might have felt that Linghu Renjie was thinking too much. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't do that. He accepted this favor. That was why he had made a 100-year promise with the Linghu family's elder guild. Within 100 years, no matter the cost, I will definitely let him return to his position as the head of the family. Duan Lingtian's gaze was unprecedentedly firm. After a while, he finally regained his senses under Xue Haichuan's puzzled gaze. Xue Haichuan didn't know what he was thinking and why he was distracted. However, Xue Haichuan didn't ask too much. Instead, he changed the topic back to the inner sect disciple test in front of him. Lil Tian, your opponents this time should be these people. The way Xue Haichuan addressed Duan Lingtian had also changed as their relationship deepened. Now, the people Xue Haichuan pointed at were the core disciple of the Thousand Demons sect, Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, and the third young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jianchen. This girl is not ordinary. From the beginning to the end, very few people surprised Xue Haichuan. However, his gaze was attracted by a girl in the end. Duan Lingtian looked over and recognized her immediately. I heard that this girl is the 7th disciple of the leader of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. People call her Miss 7. 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Lingtian had only said it casually. He never expected that after Xue Haichuan heard his words, his originally indifferent expression instantly fell into a daze. It was as if he had recalled something. What? Brother Haichuan, are you on good terms with the 10,000 Flower Valley? Duan Lingtian saw some clues. Xue Haichuan returned to his senses and shook his head with a sigh. I used to have a friend from the 10,000 Flower Valley, but it's been a long time since we last met. After he finished speaking, Xue Haichuan's gaze turned much gentler as he looked at the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Similar, too similar. Although Xue Haichuan deliberately lowered his voice, Duan Lingtian still heard it clearly. It seemed that this brother Haichuan had a deep relationship with the 10,000 Flower Valley. Following this, Xue Haichuan's mood seemed to be rather downcast. Duan Lingtian did not speak either as he quietly observed the progress of the inner sect disciple assessment. After several rounds of assessment, quite a few people were eliminated one after another. From start to finish, Xue Haichuan's attention was completely focused on the 10,000 Flower Valley disciple named 7th Young Lady. His intoxicated and somewhat infatuated gaze made Duan Lingtian wonder if this brother Haichuan had some sort of relationship with this 7th young lady. What was certain was that this was the first time Xue Haichuan had seen this 7th young lady. The reason why he had this suspicion was because Xue Haichuan had already said similar, too similar, many times. As time passed, the inner sect disciple assessment came to an end. As for Ho Qingning and Murong Yinyue, under Dongfang Yanyan's unintentional care, they successfully passed the assessment and became inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. It's over. When the inner sect disciple assessment came to an end, the mirror image disappeared. Only then did Xue Haichuan come back to his senses. Duan Lingtian discovered that at this moment, a small tear appeared at the corner of Xue Haichuan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was evaporated by divine power. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's sharp eyes, he wouldn't have noticed it. This made Duan Lingtian even more certain that Xue Haichuan and this 7th young lady had some sort of relationship. Moreover, the other party was most likely a girl, and even looked very similar to 7th young lady. However, this 7th young lady is wearing a veil. When Brother Haichuan says they look alike, he should be referring to the shape of their bodies, as well as the exposed eyes, forehead, and nose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Xue Haichuan didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Seeing that the inner sect disciple assessment had come to an end, he looked towards Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, I need to protect Big Brother, so I won't be going to the Hidden Dragon competition with you. However, I will use the formation mirror image to observe from afar. Strive to obtain first place. Even the current me is moved by the reward for obtaining first place. As he finished speaking, Xue Haichuan once again looked towards Duan Lingtian with a deeper gaze. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up. He naturally knew that Xue Haichuan wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Since he had said so, then the first place of the Hidden Dragon competition would definitely have other extraordinary rewards besides the Emperor Ascension Elixir. I will do my best. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Xue Haichuan seemed to have thought of something. Looking towards Duanlingen, his expression became slightly serious. If you encounter that 7th young lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley during the Hidden Dragon competition, I hope you can show mercy if you have the upper hand and she is unwilling to admit defeat. As his voice fell, he added, if I'm not wrong, she should be the descendant of an old friend of mine. The descendant of an old friend. Shui Haichuan's words further verified Duan Lingtian's guess, and Duan Lingtian naturally agreed to Shui Haichuan's request. To him, this was merely a matter of lifting his hand. Stay here and chat with me for a while. Later, senior brother Dongfang will come over. At that time, he will bring you new inner sect disciples to your temporary residence in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. Shui Haichuan's place of cultivation wasn't in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range, but in another mountain range adjacent to the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. However, the two of them were very close to each other, and not far away was the intersection of the two mountain ranges. After about an hour, Dongfang Yannian arrived. Under Shui Haichuan's intentional promotion, the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Dongfang Yannian became much closer after chatting for a while. Dongfang Yannian addressed Duan Lingtian as Little Tian, and Duan Lingtian addressed him as Big Brother Yannian. Originally, Duan Lingtian had called him Big Brother Dongfang, but Dongfang Yannian felt that this form of address was too distant and insisted that he should address him as Shui Haichuan. Duan Lingtian truly didn't expect that the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, one of the best of the middle-level godly emperors, would have such a childish temperament. However, after chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian felt very comfortable with Dongfang Yannian's forthrightness and casualness, and he further approved of this person. After about a few hours, the sky gradually darkened, and Duan Lingtian finally left Shui Haichuan's place of cultivation with Dongfang Yannian, heading towards the temporary residence of the new inner sect disciples in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range. The temporary residence of the new inner sect disciples was located within a valley, and there were a few buildings halfway up the mountain around the valley. The upper echelons of the various godly emperor-level organizations, as well as some elders of the new inner sect disciples, were all temporarily living there. The Hidden Dragon competition would only begin in 3 days. Little Tian, then we'll meet again in 3 days. Dongfang Yannian sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the air above the valley, then bid farewell to Duan Lingtian with a smile. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. When Dongfang Yannian left, Duan Lingtian could sense that quite a few gazes were directed at him from below. They were surprisingly some of the new inner sect disciples, as well as some of the upper echelons of the godly emperor-level organizations. Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ho Qingning stepped into the air, arriving by his side in the blink of an eye. You knew that Elder Dongfang long ago? Why do I feel like you're very familiar with him? Ho Qingning's eyes were filled with curiosity. Brother Yannian is Brother Haichuan's friend. Today, when you were going through the inner sect disciple entrance examination, I was with Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, when you were going through the inner sect disciple entrance procedures, until just now, he was with Brother Haichuan and me. So that's how it is. Ho Qingning suddenly understood. In the past, when they were chatting, he also knew that Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan knew each other, and that Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan's relationship was quite good. Ho Qingning quickly changed the topic, sighing. Today's examination was truly dangerous. I almost didn't pass the last examination. However, fortunately, my luck was not bad in the end, and I successfully passed. When Ho Qingning reached the end, there was even a hint of pride in his tone. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian only smiled and congratulated him. He did not tell him that Shui Haichuan had asked Dongfang Yannian for help to reduce the difficulty of the examination for him and Murong Inua. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, this was only a small matter. There was no need to mention it. There was no need to haggle over this between friends. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other new inner sect disciples were settling down in the Firing Dragon Mountain Range, the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing, who was also in the Tianlong temple, learned of Duan Lingtian's actions in the selection today. That little bastard actually broke through and became a mid-god king? Kuang Tianjing's expression was as ugly as it could be. If it were not for the fact that his second disciple was right in front of him, he would have already smashed the stone table in front of him. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing was sitting in front of a stone table in a large courtyard. Opposite the stone table sat a young man in a jade-green robe. The young man was tall and muscular. His appearance was cold and handsome, and his eyebrows were sharp and sharp. He gave off a feeling of sharpness and decisiveness. He was Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Ken. He was also the son-in-law of the Tianlong clan's vice-head Shui. Back then, if the one who died wasn't Han, but him. If Han had obtained that fortune, the one who would be dazzling right now would be Han, not him. In Kuang Tianjing's eyes, there was a mixture of anger and hatred, making him look extremely vicious. Ken, you shouldn't have forgotten. Han, in the past, treated you like his own brother, right? Kuang Tianjing's gaze softened slightly. He looked straight at Zhong Ken and asked in a suppressed voice. Chapter 3799. Honorable Master, don't worry. Zhong Ken said, I will not let my little junior apprentice brother die in vain. Honorable Master, if there is anything you need me for, feel free to ask. As long as this disciple is able to do so, I will not refuse. Zhong Ken solemnly vowed. When Kuang Tianjing heard this, a smile blossomed on his face. He had been waiting for this sentence. Honorable Master, do you have a plan? Zhong Ken asked. I don't have a plan yet. Kuang Tianjing shook his head. But after that boy enters the sect, we cannot let him have an easy time. If we can interfere with his cultivation, that would be for the best. He isn't even 3,000 years old yet he has such achievements. If he is allowed to continue growing, there will come a day when we won't be able to touch him even if we want to. We might even fall into a passive situation. Kuang Tianjing said in a deep voice, his tone full of fear. We really can't let him grow. Zhong Ken nodded, clearly agreeing with this. We have to find a way to make him leave the sect. That will make it easier for us or the people we find to deal with him. If he really refuses to leave the sect no matter what, we will find a way to anger him and make him sign a life or death agreement, walking down the road of no return. It's best to make him leave the sect. Kuang Tianjing said, making him sign a life or death agreement isn't realistic. After all, if someone weaker than him challenges him to a life or death battle, he won't fear it. If someone is stronger than him, he won't accept it. For him to reach this step today, he definitely isn't an impulsive person. This can be seen from the time he returned to the Hidden Fog sect and forcefully killed the disciples of Old Wind and Old Thunder. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, a trace of dread appeared in the depths of his eyes. Make him leave the sect? Zhong Ken frowned. If he knows we will do something to him, he won't let go of any chance to kill him. Will he leave the sect? Normally speaking, he definitely won't. Kuang Tianjing indifferently said, but what if he learns that the God Emperor's divine treasures or even the Divine Sovereign's divine treasures have appeared? At that time, do you think he will be able to endure it? Zhong Ken's eyes brightened. Honorable Master is wise. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, which was held once every 100 years in the Heavenly Dragon sect, would officially begin today. At this time, not only had the Heavenly Dragon sect's inner sect disciple entrance exam ended, but the outer sect disciple entrance exam had also ended. Anyone who managed to enter the Tianlong clan during this entrance examination would be able to obtain a spot to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. In the Tianlong clan's entrance examination this time, only 286 people successfully advanced to become inner sect disciples. 3 days later, just as Duan Lingtian stepped out of the door, he saw Ho Qingning walking towards him. When he reached his side, Ho Qingning scanned the surrounding people who were walking out of their respective residences. I heard that there are more than 500 outer sect disciples recruited this time. As Duan Lingtian nodded, his eyes lit up. He saw a graceful figure with a veil on her face. At this time, she was no longer wearing the same attire as 3 days ago. Instead, she had changed into a light blue dress. As she stood there, her temperament was otherworldly and ethereal, making it difficult for people to have any thoughts of profaning her. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that a few youths had approached her to strike up a conversation, but the response they received was no response. The woman stood there with an indifferent gaze, as if she didn't care about her surroundings at all. However, it didn't make people feel that she was out of tune with her surroundings. Instead, it made people feel that she could blend in with the world, natural and peaceful. Sensing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ho Qingning also glanced at the woman and said with a smile, "Since the end of the inner sect disciple assessment, many people have approached her to talk to her, but without exception, they were all rejected. To be precise, no one could make her show the slightest change in expression. It didn't matter if they tried to curry favor or flew into a rage out of humiliation, they were all ignored by her. There were also 2 people who tried to make a move on her out of humiliation. Without exception, both of them were crippled. I don't think the 2 of them will be able to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition this time." Upon hearing Ho Qingning's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. It seemed like this young genius from the 10,000 Flower Valley, known as Miss Seven, was not an ordinary person. The woman's cold temperament reminded Duan Lingtian of Huan. In front of him, Hua was the only one who was gentle. In front of others, she was incomparably cold. She was only slightly gentler in front of his family and friends, but there was still a coldness that kept people at arm's length. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about Huan. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 30 years since he arrived in the mystic Handle Land in the realm of gods. It had been 30 years since he was separated from Huan, Little Fei, and the others. 30 years. In another 30 years, the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms will open. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. His eyes were unfocused as his thoughts drifted away. It was as though he had left the realms of gods and returned to Huan, Little Tianwu, and the others. He only regained his senses when he heard Ho Qingning's voice. "Duan Lingtian, she's coming." These were Ho Qingning's exact words. "HM?" Before Duan Lingtian could react, he saw the woman who was originally standing in the distance with her side facing him, slowly walking toward him in the air. To be more precise, she was walking toward him. That pair of beautiful eyes also emitted a calm gaze that landed on him. After a few moments, the woman arrived in front of Duan Lingtian under many envious gazes. Ho Qingning was shocked when he saw this. When he regained his senses, he hastily took a few steps back and said, "You can continue chatting." Then he stood at the side and watched. "Duan Lingtian, do you know her?" Ho Qingning asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The reason for this question was because the 7th lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley had been acting unapproachable since 3 days ago, and no one had been able to talk to her. It was said that even during the selection, she had only listened to the suggestions of others and teamed up with those who weren't from the Divine Emperor-level forces. She hadn't said a single word from beginning to end. Some people even suspected that she was a mute. But this was almost impossible. Even if she was a mute, there were many ways for her to speak after she became a god. For this reason, it was obvious she was unwilling to speak. "I don't know her." Duan Lingtian was also confused. After replying to Ho Qingning, he looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. "Do you have something to say? I heard from them that you know Shui Haichuan?" The woman asked in a pleasant voice. However, this question stunned Duan Lingtian. He never expected her to come here just to ask about this. Duan Lingtian nodded and asked, "Who did you hear this from?" In his opinion, not many people knew that he knew Shui Haichuan. Even if there were people who knew, it would be limited to the Linghu family. As the woman continued to speak, he suddenly realized that she had indeed heard it from a member of the Linghu family. When he, Shui Haichuan, and Shui Haishan left the Linghu family mansion to drink, the manager of the restaurant under the Linghu family knew of Shui Haichuan's identity. Then, the servants in charge of serving food and wine also knew of Shui Haichuan's identity. Presumably, it was they who spread the news. "Can you get in touch with him?" the woman asked again. "I can." Duan Lingtian hesitated for a moment, then nodded in the end. Because he recalled that Xue Haichuan had told him 3 days ago that he wanted him to take care of this woman during the Hidden Dragon competition. Presumably, Xue Haichuan wouldn't mind letting her know that he could get in touch with him. Tell him that after the Hidden Dragon competition ends, I want to give him a helping hand. After the woman finished speaking, she added, "Tell him, I'm Fu Qingli's daughter." At practically the instant the woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Xue Haichuan, and Xue Haichuan quickly responded. "Little Tian, tell her that after the Hidden Dragon competition ends, you'll bring her to me. At that time, please show her the way." Although Xue Haichuan tried his best to suppress his emotions, Duan Lingtian still noticed the fluctuations in his emotions. Obviously, at this moment, Xue Haichuan's heart wasn't calm. After coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at the woman before him. "I've already told him. He asked me to personally bring you to him after the Hidden Dragon competition ends." "Thank you." After the woman expressed her gratitude, she floated away and followed many people who had already set off towards the location where the Hidden Dragon competition was being held. The Hidden Dragon competition was being held in the Firing Dragon mountain range. At the peak of the tallest mountain in the Firing Dragon mountain range, half of the area was separated as if it had been sliced off by a knife. From afar, it looked like a vast stone platform. This place was also known as the Firing Dragon Arena, and it was the place where the Tianlong clan held the Hidden Dragon competition for generations. Usually, this place was also used as a martial arts practice platform, and many Tianlong clan disciples would meet here to spar. However, because of the Hidden Dragon competition, the Firing Dragon Arena had already been cleared out many days ago. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning arrived together, the Firing Dragon Arena was empty. There wasn't a single person on the arena, but many people had already gathered around the arena. At first glance, there were at least a few hundred people. "Duan Lingtian, you're really early." Suddenly, a voice came from beside him, causing Duan Lingtian to look over instinctively. With just a glance, he saw a young man wearing a brocade robe walking in the air towards him with a smile on his face. Behind him, there were 2 other people. One was a young man wearing a black robe, and the other was a middle-aged man wearing a blue martial arts suit. When Duan Lingtian reacted, the other party was already in front of him. Young clan leader. The person who had come was the young clan leader of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu. Chapter 3800. Young Sectmaster, you're not too late. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and nodded towards Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu smiled, then looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, if we meet in the Hidden Dragon competition, I hope you can show mercy." Young Sectmaster is too modest. Duan Lingtian shook his head, "Not necessarily. At that time, I'll need young Sectmaster to show mercy." Hua Tiandu laughed. "Then at that time, you and I will make peace. If one of us has the upper hand, the other will admit defeat to avoid harming the harmony." "Sure." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and nodded, "Agree." Hua Tiandu turned his head and glanced, then greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. "Duan Lingen, I saw a friend, please excuse me." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, glanced at the direction Hua Tiandu was looking at. There was a young man similarly dressed in luxurious clothes looking at him. However, compared to Hua Tiandu, this young man was clearly much more reserved. Seeing Duan Lingtian look over, the corners of his calm mouth suddenly curled into a faint smile, and then he nodded towards Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian politely returned the other party's nod, Ho Qingning's voice timely sounded in his mind. He's the grandson of the Cold Beginning Sect's Supreme Elder, Ji Wuchang. This Ji Wuchang's strength is not inferior to Hua Tiandu, and is someone who is equally famous as Hua Tiandu. However, in the qualifier he didn't reveal his strength, and wasn't in the group of people between 5,000 and 8,000 years old who displayed absolute strength. In the end, Ho Qingning guessed, he's obviously holding back. Hearing Ho Qingning's words, Duan Lingtian smiled. Isn't this very normal? Although many people have revealed their true strength in the qualifier, there are definitely many who have hidden their strength. In a situation where you don't need to use all your strength to pass the audition, those who aren't too interested in showing off their talents naturally won't use too much of their strength. Even if Ho Qingning wasn't here, Duan Lingtian could also guess this. In this hidden dragon competition, his opponents were not only those high-level divine kings like Hua Tiandu and Du Pejuan who had displayed extremely powerful strength. There were also many existences who had yet to display their true strength. In reality, even Hua Tiandu, Du Pejuan and the others might not have used their full strength. Many people didn't even use their divine artifacts during the audition or the later tests. Even if he used a divine artifact, he might still have other tricks up his sleeve. Consecrator Duan. Another female voice sounded, and a fragrant wind assaulted their nostrils. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. This person was none other than the Murong family's third young mistress, Murong Inue. Murong Inue was naturally happy that she had successfully passed the inner sect disciple test. However, what made her truly happy was that Ho Qingning had also passed the inner sect disciple test. She had two worries before. One was that she had passed the inner sect disciple test, and Ho Qingning had not. That meant that Ho Qingning could only become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, and it would be difficult to see him in the future. This was because in the Tianlong clan, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples cultivated separately. As for the other worry, it was that if she didn't pass the inner sect disciple test, she would have to return to the Murong family. As for Ho Qingning, even if he could only become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, he would still choose to stay in the Tianlong clan. With Ho Qingning's strength, becoming an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan might be a little difficult, but becoming an outer sect disciple was more than enough. Third young mistress. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled at Murong Inue, and then glanced at Ho Qingning with an ambiguous gaze. Since the third young mistress has come, I won't disturb you any longer. As his voice faded, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he had already arrived beside the two elders of the Linghu family, Elder Heng and Elder Huan. Ling Tian brat. Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. I originally thought that even if you weren't able to obtain first place in this year's Hidden Dragon competition, there would be no suspense in the top 3. But now it seems, even if you want to obtain the top 3, it won't be that easy. Linghu Huan's tone was full of seriousness. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Huan in confusion. Yesterday, I was chatting with a friend of mine from afar, and I heard something, Linghu Huan said with a serious expression. Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua sect, and Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect, seemed to have entered a divine treasure left behind by an emperor god more than 10 years ago. Moreover, after that, Hua Tiandu's strength increased greatly, and no one in the Donghua sect below the emperor god level is his match. However, this news was sealed off by the Donghua sect. My friend only knew about it because he has a friend who has gone through life and death with him. He is a core elder of the Donghua sect, and he just happened to see Hua Tiandu fight. According to what he said, Hua Tiandu's strength can be ranked in the top echelon even among the upper divine kings in the entire Tonglung province, and he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the upper divine king prodigies of the top emperor god level forces. Linghu Huan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian, and his tone became more and more hurried. Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect was originally as famous as Hua Tiandu, and the two of them joined forces to enter a place suspected to be the divine treasure of an emperor god. Moreover, they both came out safely. Since Hua Tiandu's strength could increase to such an extent, I think he won't be too bad either. Duan Lingtian could not help but be surprised by Linghu Huan's news. Of course, it was only a surprise. At the same time, he also felt that Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang were lucky. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into the distance and saw Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang standing together and chatting happily. Sensing his gaze, both Hua Tiandu and Ji Wuchang smiled politely and nodded at him. Looks like their luck is pretty good. Duan Lingtian smiled. He had also entered the divine treasure of an emperor god and obtained many things. However, most of the things could only be used after he broke through to the god emperor realm. If Hua Tiandu's strength has increased greatly because he entered that divine treasure, the place he entered might not necessarily be the divine treasure of an emperor god. It might be the divine treasure of a divine emperor. Divine treasures left behind by divine emperors are usually more beneficial to a god king's strength than divine treasures left behind by emperor gods. As someone who had experienced this before, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Duan Lingtian, are you currently in the Flame Dragon Arena? Duan Lingtian received a message when Ling Hu Huan spoke again. He did not hear what Ling Hu Huan said clearly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the message. It took him a moment to recover. Ding Yan? The person who had sent him a message was none other than one of the two friends he had met in the Hidden Mist Court. Ho Qingning was one of them. As for Ding Yan, he was another person. Ho Qingning was the one who told him that Ding Yan had left the Hidden Mist Court without saying goodbye. Later, he and Ho Qingning had tried to contact Ding Yan, but to no avail. If not for Ding Yan's soul orb, they would have thought that Ding Yan had met with some mishap. Otherwise, why would he disappear just like that? How do you know I'm in the Flame Dragon Arena? After recovering, Duan Lingtian was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that Ding Yan would know where he was. Don't tell me you're also in the Tianlong clan? I'll go find you. Ding Yan replied with a message and then fell silent. Lingtian, brat, did you listen to me? Ling Hu Huan frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian spacing out in front of him. His tone was somewhat impatient. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Hu Huan and smiled awkwardly. Elder Huan, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll come back to talk to you later. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Ling Hu Huan's reply before he teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was now talking to Murong Inyue, so Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance naturally gave him a fright. Even Murong Inyue was frightened. She even subconsciously reached out to hold Ho Qingning's arm. After a moment, when Ho Qingning's body stiffened, she recovered and awkwardly let go of her hand. Duan Lingtian, you're going to scare me to death. Ho Qingning glared at Duan Lingtian. What's the matter? You're so anxious that you teleported over. How far are we? How long would it take if you didn't teleport? Although Ho Qingning was indeed a little speechless, Murong Inyue's action of holding his arm out of fright made him reminisce endlessly. He couldn't wait for Duan Lingtian to scare them a few more times. However, on the surface, he still did enough. He was upright and awe-inspiring. Ding Yan sent me a message just now. Duan Lingtian said. What? Naturally, Ho Qingning was shocked as well. He sent you a message? What did he say to you? That guy, when there's finally news, he only sent you a message and not me? No. I have to scold him. Ho Qingning immediately sent a message to Ding Yan. As for the content, it was naturally to blame Ding Yan for only sending Duan Lingtian a message and not him. I sent Duan Lingtian a message because he's in the Tianlong clan. This was Ding Yan's reply to Ho Qingning. Now, I'm on my way to see him. You're also in the Tianlong clan? Ho Qingning was stunned. What's the situation? You're also participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? But why didn't I see you during the audition? Even if we didn't see you, Duan Lingtian showed his prowess during the audition. You should have seen me and him, right? After Ho Qingning sent this message, Ding Yan finally replied after a few breaths of time. Ho Qingning, you're also participating in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination? Ding Yan's tone carried a hint of surprise. Then you're now an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Bah! What outer sect disciple? Your brother Ning is now an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Ho Qingning retorted repeatedly. Chapter 3801. What? You, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Ding Yan, who had just arrived near the blazing Dragon Mountain range, heard Ho Qingning's message and suddenly stopped his tall and burly figure. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had just come out of seclusion yesterday. In the past 30 years, he had either been in seclusion or staying in the law chamber to comprehend the law of fire. This time, he had come out of seclusion to participate in the Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Just now, when he went to handle the Tianlong clan's procedures to become an inner sect disciple, he heard about Duan Lingtian's amazing performance in the qualifier 3 days ago. At first, he thought it was just someone with the same name and not necessarily the Duan Lingtian he knew. Although the Duan Lingtian he knew was also very outstanding, it was impossible for him to grow to such a level in less than 30 years. However, when he heard more about Duan Lingtian's background, he couldn't help but be stunned. It really is him. Duan Lingtian, who came from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, later came to the Hidden Fog sect, then went to the Linghu family and became a consecrator of the Linghu family. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, your rise to power has shocked him as well. Duan Lingtian is already a mid-level divine king? Moreover, 20 years ago he was able to refine a peak-level spirit-grade divine pill, and his alchemy skills are no weaker than the best emperor-level divine pill masters? It had to be said that Ding Yan was shocked. One had to know that when he was taken away from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, his storage ring was taken away by the other party and then he was told to go into seclusion to prepare for today's Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Therefore, he didn't come out of seclusion until yesterday. He was going to the Flame Dragon Arena to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. When he learned that Duan Lingtian was also there, he immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. He had only come out of seclusion yesterday to retrieve his storage ring. At the same time, he was already thinking about telling Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning, his 2 friends from Skywind City's Hidden Mist Academy, that he was safe after the Hidden Dragon competition ended. However, he didn't expect that before he could do so, he would find out that Duan Lingtian was in the Tianlong clan. Therefore, he didn't wait any longer and directly sent a message to Duan Lingtian. What was even more unexpected was that after he sent a message to Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning also sent a message saying that he was now an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. When did this world become so crazy? At that instant, Ding Yan was completely stunned. Ho Qingning's confident tone didn't sound fake, but if it was true, wasn't this world a little too crazy? Although he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's achievements, it was only a little. After all, Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were obvious. But what about Ho Qingning? Ho Qingning's talent and perception might not even be comparable to his. Although Ho Qingning was stronger than him in the past, that was only because Ho Qingning was the young sect master of a divine king-level sect. Ding Yan, on the other hand, had only gained his strength through hard work. Although he already had the opportunity to enter the Tianlong clan, he refused. It wasn't until later, when his elder came to Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy and forcibly took him away, that he truly began to enjoy the cultivation resources and environment that he didn't even dare to dream of in the past. He originally wanted to say hello to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning, but his elder forcibly took away his storage ring, so he couldn't send a message to Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Messages needed to be sent through soul orbs. Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's soul orbs were both in the storage ring. What's with that tone of voice? Ho Qingning was displeased by Ding Yan's suspicion. Where are you now? Duan Lingtian said that you're also in the Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian and I are both at the Hidden Dragon Grand competition venue. Hurry up and come over. I'll show you your brother Ning's current cultivation base. Divine King, do you know about the Divine King? There was no lack of complacency in Ho Qingning's tone, and it caused Duan Lingtian, who stood before him, to have the impulse to violently beat him up at this moment. Divine King? After hearing Ho Qingning's words, Ding Yan was surprised. He quickly said, "Just wait, I'll appear in front of you in a dozen breaths' time." After saying this, his figure flashed and turned into a large fireball. He streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed like a flaming meteor, heading in the direction of the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena was the highest martial practice field in the Flame Dragon mountain range. It was also the venue where the Hidden Dragon Grand competition was held this time. Of course, the Hidden Dragon Grand competition wouldn't really be held on the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena was only a landmark for the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. The Hidden Dragon Grand competition was a competition between a group of genius divine kings. Even if the Flame Dragon Arena was made of extraordinary bricks, it still couldn't withstand their brilliance. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition would definitely be held in the large space above the Flame Dragon Arena. He said he'll be there in a dozen breaths' time. After hearing Ding Yan's message, Ho Qingning said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, but he was also a little confused. Why would Ding Yan be at the Tianlong clan? If he had also participated in the qualifier, he should have seen Ho Qingning and himself. After all, it was the third round of the Inner Sect Disciples entrance exam. His actions were a little high-profile. Anyone who paid attention to the qualifier, regardless of whether they were present or not, would have heard of it. Maybe he only heard of it and knew I was there, so he sent me a message, but Ho Qingning doesn't know. That makes sense. If he was present, he would have seen Ho Qingning. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. What are you talking about, Master Duan? Murong Inyue, who was standing at the side, was confused. A friend is coming. Duan Lingtian smiled. A dozen breaths' time passed quickly. Over there. Before Duan Lingtian could react, Ho Qingning's voice sounded. Before the time was up, Ho Qingning was already looking left and right. Now, following Ho Qingning's gaze, Duan Lingtian recognized Ding Yan at a glance. Ding Yan was tall and sturdy, almost 2 meters tall, so he was still recognizable. However, when he saw Ding Yan again, Duan Lingtian found that he seemed to have changed into a different person. It was purely a change in his temperament. The Ding Yan of the past was extroverted, but now he was much more reserved. At first glance, he seemed to have matured a lot. When Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning saw Ding Yan also saw them. His eyes lit up as he flew towards them. In the blink of an eye, Ding Yan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. After almost 30 years, the three of them were gathered together again. The last time they were together was at Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy. Ho Qingning, you really became an Inner Sect disciple? The first thing Ding Yan did when he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning was to lower his head and look at Ho Qingning's waist. When he saw Ho Qingning's Inner Sect Disciple identity token, his eyes lit up and his tone was full of surprise and disbelief. While Ding Yan was staring at Ho Qingning's identity token, Ho Qingning also subconsciously looked at Ding Yan's waist and saw Ding Yan's identity token. Ding Yan, you're also an Inner Sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Your identity token, logically speaking, you should be in the same batch as us. Ho Qingning muttered to himself and couldn't help but frown. But I didn't see you during the selection. Duan Lingtian also glanced at the identity token at Ding Yan's waist. It was the identity token of an Inner Sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, and there was a special imprint on it. This imprint was engraved by the Tianlong clan using a special method and special materials. It was almost impossible to fake, and it would remain visible for a month. The identity token of a Tianlong clan disciple with this imprint, regardless of whether they were an Inner Sect disciple or an Outer Sect disciple, meant that they were qualified to participate in this year's Hidden Dragon competition. Of course, this imprint normally wouldn't appear on the identity token of a sect disciple who didn't enter the Tianlong clan this time. Ding Yan, what's going on? Duan Lingtian was also puzzled. I'll explain to you later. Ding Yan smiled, then looked at Ho Qingning and Murong Inyue. You still haven't introduced this person to me. This is the Murong family's third young miss, Murong Inyue. Duan Lingtian introduced Murong Inyue in a timely manner. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Ding Yan. She likes Ho Qingning, and Ho Qingning is also interested in her. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before you and I can attend their wedding banquet. After Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at Murong Inyue and smiled. So it's Miss Silvermoon of the Murong family. Hello, I'm Ding Yan, a friend of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning. Ding Yan introduced himself. Murong Inyue could feel Ding Yan's ambiguous gaze sweeping between her and Ho Qingning. She could not help but blush. She thought that Duan Lingtian must have said something to Ding Yan. Otherwise, Ding Yan would not have acted like this. After all, Although she was standing next to Ho Qingning, she was not holding Ho Qingning's arm like before. You still know that you're a friend of Duan Lingtian and I? Ho Qingning glared at Ding Yan. That year he left without saying goodbye. He didn't say anything. After that, Duan Lingtian and I tried to contact him many times, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. If we didn't see that your soul orb was still intact, we would have thought that your corpse was lying in the wilderness. Now, shouldn't you explain yourself? As Ho Qingning finished speaking, he glared at Ding Yan fiercely and said in a bad mood. Hearing this, Ding Yan smiled awkwardly. He was indeed in the wrong. I didn't have a choice back then. I wanted to give you guys a heads up, but before I could send you a message, someone took away my storage ring, and it was only returned to me yesterday. Ding Yan's words confirmed one of Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning's conjecture. Who took your storage ring? Ho Qingning asked subconsciously. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. Without waiting for Ding Yan to answer, he asked, also, why are you in the Tianlong clan? Why do you have the same inner sect disciple identity token as us? Chapter 3802. I'm sure that I didn't see you at the audition. If you saw us at the audition, even if it wasn't convenient for you to greet us, you would have sent us a message. Ho Qingning's tone was firm. I didn't participate in the audition. Ding Yan shook his head. I didn't even participate in the sect entrance examination this time. Ding Yan's words naturally shocked Duan Lingtian and the other two. Didn't participate in the sect entrance examination? Where did he get the same inner sect disciple identity token as them? Connections? For a moment, this thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Facing Duan Lingtian and the other two's doubtful gazes, Ding Yan shrugged and said, although I didn't participate in the sect entrance examination, I did receive the inner sect disciple identity token today and officially became a disciple of the Tianlong clan today. That's why I was able to participate in this hidden dragon competition. Ding Yan said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ding Yan. Back then, during the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student assessment in Tianfeng City, you said that if you left with me, as long as you revealed your identity, the God King clans in Tianfeng City wouldn't attack us. Is it because you're related to the Tianlong clan? Following Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two could basically confirm that Ding Yan was indeed related to the Tianlong clan. He didn't need to participate in the Tianlong clan's entrance examination to enter the Tianlong clan and become an inner sect disciple of the clan. Ding Yan nodded and then sighed with a complicated gaze. He didn't speak for a long time until Ho Qingning urged him to speak. After Ding Yan spoke, Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning also understood the ins and outs of the matter. Ding Yan's only relative in this world, his father, was a rogue cultivator. When he died, his cultivation was at the Divine Emperor realm. At that time, Ding Yan was still young. At that time, one of Ding Yan's father's close friends had come to take Ding Yan away and wanted to marry his daughter to Ding Yan. This marriage had been decided when Ding Yan's father was still alive. It was a standard betrothal. That friend of Ding Yan's father did not forget his friendship with Ding Yan's father just because Ding Yan's father had died. Later on, Ding Yan stayed by his father's friend's side. This friend of his father's was a consecrator of the Tianlong clan. Normally, he would wear the token of the Black Dragon Elder around his waist, showing himself to others as the Black Dragon Elder. In the beginning, Ding Yan felt somewhat sullen staying with his father's old friend because his father's daughter looked down on him and often mocked him in secret. If it wasn't for the fact that this uncle of his was genuinely good to him, he would have left long ago. He was a man with backbone. Later on, this uncle of his went into seclusion to cultivate and his daughter became even more insatiable. Under such circumstances, Ding Yan chose to leave the Tianlong clan. After leaving the Tianlong clan, Ding Yan moved to Tianfeng City and entered the Hidden Mist Academy. He became a student there and was promoted to a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. It was not until nearly 30 years ago that his uncle came out of seclusion and took him back. At the same time, in order to make him work hard and catch up with the time he had spent in seclusion, He took away his storage ring and prevented him from contacting the outside world so that he could concentrate on cultivating. That's how it is. Ding Yen smiled bitterly. Uncle Sikong took me back with the intention of letting me enter the Tianlong clan and become an official disciple of the Tianlong clan. In the past, although I was taken to the Tianlong clan by him, I was not a disciple of the Tianlong clan. I was only his uncle and nephew. After hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Lingtian and Ho Qingning suddenly realized the truth behind the matter. No wonder your bloodline power is extraordinary. It turns out that your father was a divine emperor expert. Ho Qingning sighed. Even he had been envious of Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline in the past. This was because his bloodline power was much less useful than Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline power when he fought with others. Even if my father was a divine emperor expert, he is a fallen divine emperor expert. Ding Yan sighed. Back then, I was still young and didn't know much about my father's strength. I only knew that my father was very strong and often took me everywhere. He collected divine pills for me to consume and built a good foundation for me. Later on, after he died, Uncle Sikong took me to the Tianlong clan. Ding Yan's eyes became dazed as he recalled the past. Ding Yan, what is your current cultivation base? Ho Qingning suddenly asked. Lower Divine King. Ding Yan said. Same as me. Ho Qingning smiled. Are you going to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition? If you are, I look forward to meeting you and seeing how much you've grown over the years. Back then, you were no match for me. Ho Qingning said. I'm also surprised that you broke through and became a divine king. Ding Yan looked at Ho Qingning in surprise. I broke through and became a divine king because of Uncle Sikong's careful nurturing. He gave me all kinds of divine fruits and divine pills. But you were in the Hidden Mist Academy. Even if you have the 10,000 Leaves sect behind you, it shouldn't have been enough for you to break through and become a divine king in such a short time. I left the Hidden Mist Academy a long time ago. Before I came to the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian took care of me and helped me enter the Murong family. Ho Qingning shook his head. The reason I was able to break through and become a divine king in such a short time is all thanks to the divine pills that Duan Lingtian refined for me. Ho Qingning knew his own innate talent and comprehension ability very well. He knew very well that everything he had now was given to him by Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan's eyes brightened when he heard Ho Qingning's words. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtan and said, Duan Lingnan, I heard that you can refine Supreme Spirit grade divine pills. I didn't expect you to know how to refine pills as well. I've never heard you mention it before. Ding Yan said. I dabbled in alchemy when I was in the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It was only after I came to the mystic gangland in the realms of gods that I began to refine pills. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but Ding Yan looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. Not every alchemist from the Devata realms can become an outstanding divine alchemist in the realms of gods. An outstanding divine alchemist not only needs to refine pills, but they also need to be able to sense the life energy of the heaven and earth spiritual energy and how much life energy they can extract. It was clear Ding Yan knew a lot about divine alchemists. Ding Yan? Suddenly, a voice rang from afar, drawing the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw the vice sect leader of the Hidden Mist sect, Murong Suifeng, standing in the air not far away. He was looking at Ding Yan in shock. As the dean of the Hidden Mist Academy, he knew all the 10-star students in the Hidden Mist Academy. He also knew who Ding Yan was. More than 20 years ago, Ding Yan had left the words "quit school" on the wall of the dormitory and left. Since then, there had been no news of him. At that time, Murong Suifeng was still wondering why Ding Yan would quit school. However, according to some of the Hidden Mist Academy teachers who knew Ding Yan well, they couldn't contact Ding Yan after that. However, Ding Yan's soul orb was intact, proving that he was still alive. Seeing Murong Suifeng, Ding Yan's eyes lit up. You're here too? Sixth uncle. At this time, Murong Inyue, who was beside Ho Qingning, looked around vigilantly. She bit her lips and greeted Murong Suifeng. Sixth uncle? Duan Lingtian was startled, and so was Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian had long guessed that Murong Suifeng was in the Hidden Mist sect, and the Hidden Mist sect wasn't far from the Murong family. Could he be a member of the Murong family? However, on the day of the selection, when he saw the Murong family meeting Murong Suifeng, he subconsciously thought that Murong Suifeng had nothing to do with the Murong family. But today, Murong Inue called him sixth uncle. Hearing Murong Inue call him sixth uncle, Murong Suifeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately looked around vigilantly. Sixth uncle, don't worry. There's no one from the Murong family around. Murong Inue said. Little you, even so, don't talk to me directly. If you want to say anything, just send me a message. You also know that when I was expelled from the family elders ordered that if anyone dares to greet me or say anything to me in the future, they will be expelled from the family. Everyone must pretend not to know me. Murong Suifeng said with a serious expression. Yes, sixth uncle. Seeing that Murong Suifeng was serious, Murong Inue quickly replied. After hearing Murong Suifeng's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why no one from the Linghu family greeted Murong Suifeng on the day of the selection. They even pretended not to know Murong Suifeng. It turned out that the Murong family elders had given such an order. What kind of mistake was it that made the Murong clan's elder council issue such an order? This was equivalent to never acknowledging Murong Suifeng's identity. At the same time, they did not want anyone to know that Murong Suifeng was related to the Murong family. When you have the time, ask Third Miss about the grudges between the Dean and the Murong family. Yes, tell me when you find out. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Ho Qingning. Although he was not a gossipy person, he was still quite curious about this. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of mistake Murong Suifeng had made that the Murong family elders would be so ruthless. Hearing how Murong Inue addressed Murong Suifeng, he was most likely a direct descendant of the Murong family. Why don't you ask her yourself? Ho Qingning was actually considering whether to ask Murong Inue. When he suddenly heard Duan Lingtian's message, he immediately replied unhappily. I'll give you a chance to develop a relationship with her. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, I don't mind you telling her that I'm the one who asked you to ask. You? Ho Qingning was speechless. While Murong Suifeng and Ding Yan were chatting, the Tianlong clan elder in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition finally appeared in front of everyone in the Fire Dragon arena. Behind this Tianlong clan elder were two other people. Duan Lingtian recognized one of them. It was his brother Yannian, the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. Chapter 3803. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the middle-aged man beside Dongfang Yannian. He also had a White Dragon Elder token hanging from his waist. Clearly, he was also a White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, just like Dongfang Yannian. As for the old man in front of them, he had an identity token hanging from his waist. The dragon engraved on it was inlaid with a material similar to black jade, making it look like a lifelike black dragon. Black Dragon Elder. Duan Lingtian's gaze hardened. At the same time, it wasn't hard to guess that this person should be the person in charge of the Tianlong clan's entrance exam and the Hidden Dragon competition this time. Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain. When Duan Lingtian was chatting with Dongfang Yannian at Shui Haichuan's place, he learned of the existence of Blue Feather Mountain. Whether it was Dongfang Yannian, who was in charge of the Inner Sect Disciple Entrance Exam, or the White Dragon Elder in charge of the Outer Sect Disciple Entrance Exam, they could only be considered the second person in charge of the Tianlong clan's entrance exam and the Hidden Dragon competition this time. The first person in charge was this Black Dragon Elder from Blue Feather Mountain. It's Elder Dongfang Yannian. That's Elder Ho Jifang, who's in charge of the entrance exam for us Outer Sect disciples. After Dongfang Yannian and the other two appeared, they became the focus of everyone's attention. The newly promoted Inner and Outer Sect disciples of the Tianlong clan all recognized Dongfang Yannian and Ho Jifang. Ho Jifang was the other White Dragon Elder standing beside Dongfang Yannian. Black Dragon Elder? Very soon, some sharp-eyed people saw the identity token hanging from the waist of the old man in the lead and couldn't help but gasp. The old man in the lead had a medium build and an ordinary face. His hair was like a waterfall behind his back, and his eyes were calm, without any joy or sorrow. Little guys who just entered the sect, let your senior brother tell you. That's Elder Blue Feather Mountain, one of the Black Dragon Elders of our Tianlong clan. He's a high-level divine emperor. A Tianlong clan inner sect disciple, who had obviously come to join in on the fun at the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, laughed as he spoke to the group of new inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples beside him. The Hidden Dragon competition was only a stage for the Tianlong clan's new inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples to compete. Most of the Tianlong clan disciples weren't very interested in it. Those who came to join in on the fun were basically all Tianlong clan inner sect disciples with average strength. As for the outer sect disciples, unless they were new disciples, they were not allowed near the Flame Dragon Arena. The Flame Dragon Arena belonged to the inner circle of the Flame Dragon Mountain Range, and the outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan could only move around the outer circle of the mountain range. If they trespassed into the inner circle and were discovered by the patrol, they would be severely punished. It was precisely because of this rule that apart from the new Tianlong clan disciples participating in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, not many other Tianlong clan inner sect disciples had come. As for the Tianlong clan elders, there were even fewer of them. In total, there were at most a few dozen or close to 100 people. Compared to the thousands of disciples participating in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, as well as the many elders of these new disciples, the number of people here seemed insignificant. Elder Black Dragon? High-level Divine Emperor? As the old fox inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan spoke, the group of new Tianlong clan disciples present couldn't help but be shocked. More than 90% of them were seeing a high-level divine emperor for the first time. Therefore, after learning that the old man in front of them was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan and a high-level divine emperor, their gazes towards the old man once again became incomparably hot. The Tianlong clan is indeed the Tianlong clan. I've just entered the sect, and I'm actually seeing a high-level divine emperor. Am I dreaming? So this is what a high-level divine emperor looks like. This is a high-level divine emperor? The one with the highest cultivation among the divine emperors? In the Tianlong clan, Elder White Dragon status is above that of the inner sect elders, and Elder Black Dragon status is even higher than Elder White Dragons. Those who can cultivate to the high-level Divine Emperor level are basically those who have survived the test of the heavenly tribulation that occurs once every 1,000 years. Their abilities are usually very powerful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to become someone like this Elder Blue Feather Mountain in the future after entering the Tianlong clan. High-level Divine Emperor, Elder Black Dragon. The appearance of Elder Black Dragon Blue Feather Mountain not only caused the originally noisy surroundings of the Fire Dragon Arena to quieten down, but even the occasional voice that came out was filled with heartfelt reverence. At this time, not only the group of new Tianlong clan inner and outer sect disciples, but even the higher-ups from the various Divine Emperor-level forces and the elders of the new disciples present also looked at Elder Blue Feather Mountain with reverence in their eyes. Hua Chunming, leader of the Donghua clan, greets Elder Blue Feather Mountain. Near Elder Blue Feather Mountain, Hua Chunming, leader of the Donghua clan, who was wearing a luxurious robe, bowed slightly to Elder Blue Feather Mountain. Although he was the leader of a clan, Elder Black Dragon of the Tianlong clan was not only stronger than him, but also had a higher status than him. Following Hua Chunming's lead, all the higher-ups of the Divine Emperor-level forces immediately bowed to Elder Blue Feather Mountain. As for the others, needless to say, only when Elder Blue Feather Mountain raised his hand did the crowd quiet down. I won't say any more pleasantries, Elder Blue Feather Mountain said with a lazy tone. Blue Feather Mountain spoke with an indifferent tone that carried a trace of laziness. I presume all of you already have some understanding of the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition, so I won't speak any further. Next, I will open the matrix and create 10 battle rings. Whoever's name appears on the rings will go in and fight with their opponent. Those who are absent for more than 10 breaths will be automatically disqualified. Everyone already knew the rules of the Hidden Dragon competition 3 days ago when they went through the procedures to enter the clan. The first stage of the Hidden Dragon competition was to determine the strongest 100 among the outer sect disciples. Then, they would join the ranks of the inner sect disciples and continue with the second stage of the Hidden Dragon competition. In the end, if someone among the 100 outer sect disciples could enter the top 200, they would be promoted to become an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. And if there was an inner sect disciple among the bottom 100, that inner sect disciple would be demoted to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Of course, if they were unwilling to become an outer sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, they could also choose to leave the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan would not force this kind of person to stay. In the entrance examination 3 days ago, there were more than 300 people who successfully passed the inner sect disciple examination, and more than 800 people passed the outer sect disciple examination. Ho Qingning, who stood opposite Duan Lingtian, muttered, "Over 800 people, and the strongest 100 will be determined. The first stage of the Hidden Dragon competition will probably last for quite some time." Just as Ho Qingning was muttering in a low voice, the Black Dragon Elder, Blue Feather Mountain, who stood in the sky and had unknowingly waved his hand, causing 10 formation discs to fly out and condense into 10 areas in the sky, had already spoken in a clear voice. The Hidden Dragon competition begins now. Straightforward and neat. Not the slightest bit sloppy. The Hidden Dragon competition was a rigorous competition in the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, but in the eyes of the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, it seemed to be only a game. Of course, everyone knew clearly in their hearts that this Black Dragon Elder had the confidence to treat the Hidden Dragon competition as a game. The 10 areas were scattered in the sky above the Flame Dragon Arena, and they were very far apart from each other. Moreover, the surroundings were suffused with different colored faint lights that were extremely distinguishable. At this moment, 2 names appeared in each area of the 10 areas. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 10 figures walk over in the sky from afar, and each of them appeared outside an area and stared fixedly at that area. Through the identity tokens on the waists of these 10 people, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discern that any one of these 10 people was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, Kuang Tianjing, who had come to the Linghu family to kill him in the past, was also an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Of course, because Kuang Tianjing had climbed up the branch of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader Shui, his current status in the Tianlong clan couldn't be compared to by an ordinary inner sect elder. In the blink of an eye, 20 figures flew out. These people, without exception, all had outer sect disciple identity tokens on their waists. Moreover, there was a special mark on their identity tokens, which proved that they were new outer sect disciples of the Tianlong clan and qualified to participate in the Hidden Dragon competition. What? Worried that you'll be eliminated and returned to the outer sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Ho Qingning and asked with a smile. Although Ho Qingning looked very calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian could see a trace of uneasiness in the depths of his eyes. Once an inner sect disciple ranked in the bottom 100 in the Hidden Dragon competition, he would be demoted to an outer sect disciple. Of course, Duan Lingtian asked this through telepathy and didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Ho Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled awkwardly. He replied through telepathy, "A little, take it." Duan Lingtian took a step forward and arrived beside Ho Qingning. Then, with a movement of his left hand, he placed a storage ring in Ho Qingning's hand. "What's this?" Ho Qingning was startled. "Nothing." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "It's just a high-grade divine weapon." High-grade divine weapon. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingning's expression instantly changed. In an instant, he felt the hand holding the storage ring become extremely heavy. "Duan Ling, this is too precious, I'm just lending it to you." Duan Lingtian was somewhat speechless. "You don't think this is for you, do you? You're dreaming." Ho Qingning's originally excited face instantly flushed red and finally became the color of pig liver. After a long while, he finally calmed down and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although I'm a little disappointed, I still have to thank you for your kind intentions. At this moment, Ho Qingning didn't stand on ceremony with Duan Lingtian. Although as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would most likely possess a high-grade divine weapon, but the hidden dragon competition was extremely humane, and those inner sect elders wouldn't allow inner sect disciples with strong strengths to face each other in advance. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he didn't need a high-grade divine weapon to easily defeat his opponents in the beginning. By the time Duan Lingtian encountered a strong opponent and needed a high-grade divine weapon, even if he had one, he would have been eliminated long ago. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. You're still disappointed? You're really shameless, Duan Lingtian said exasperatedly. Then, at the same time that Ho Qingning smiled awkwardly, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Murong Yingyue and transmitted a sentence to her. Chapter 3804. Third young miss, with your and Ho Qingning's strength, there was actually a certain degree of uncertainty if you wanted to pass the inner sect disciple examination 3 days ago. The reason you were able to pass so smoothly was because the white dragon elder in charge of your examination, Dongfang Yanian, is my friend, so I had him go easy on you. These were the words that Duan Lingtian directly transmitted to the Murong family's third young miss Murong Yingyue. As soon as he finished speaking, while Murong Yingyue was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian continued, "So, if you don't want to lose in the hidden dragon competition and end up at the bottom, I suggest that you borrow a high-quality divine weapon from your father." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Murong Yingyue completely returned to her senses and quickly replied, "Okay, I'll borrow a high-quality divine weapon from my father for Ho Qingning." "It's not for Ho Qingning, it's for yourself." Duan Lingtian was speechless because of Murong Yingyue's words, but at the same time, he also felt that Ho Qingning's luck was pretty good to have found someone who truly liked him. If she didn't truly like him, she wouldn't have been so considerate of him. But he also needs a high-quality divine weapon. Murong Yingyue said, "Although he and I might not necessarily enter the competition at the same time, I'm afraid that if we're unlucky and enter the competition at the same time, only one person can use a high-quality divine weapon. This time, among the upper echelons of the Murong family, my father isn't the only one with a high-quality divine weapon. The clan elder beside him also has a high-quality divine weapon. However, that clan elder's high-quality divine weapon has already been lent to Big Brother Hanlin." Murong Yingyue wanted to continue speaking, but was directly interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "He has a high-quality divine weapon. I've already lent it to him. You don't need to worry about him. You just need to take care of yourself," Duan Lingtian said. "But you?" Murong Yingyue was somewhat hesitant. "Don't forget the rules of the hidden dragon competition." Duan Lingtian laughed and said, "Do you think those 10 Tianlong clan's inner sect elders are watching each duel for fun? They will record everyone's strength and prepare the list for later matches. It's impossible to go up against those who are strong. In other words, the opponents I've encountered so far are all far inferior to me. Even if I don't use a high-quality god artifact, I can still easily defeat them." The moment Duan Lingtian said this, Murong Yingyue came to a sudden realization. "I understand, I will go and borrow a high-grade god artifact from my father. Actually, my father sent me a voice transmission earlier, saying that he wanted to lend me a high-grade divine artifact. However, he warned me not to lend it to Ho Qingning, lest I delay myself. He wants me to agree to his request before he's willing to lend it to me," Murong Yingyue said with a wry smile. "Patriarch Murong's actions are understandable," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Just tell him that you're borrowing a high-grade divine artifact from him for your own use and that you won't give it to Ho Qingning. If he still hesitates, just tell him that I've lent my high-grade divine artifact to Ho Qingning. If he asks about the origin of my high-grade divine artifact, just tell him that the Linghu family's elder Linghu Huan lent it to me." Following Duan Lingtian's words, Murong Yingyue went to find the Murong family's patriarch Murong Yunlu. After a few breaths of time, Murong Yunlu also frequently turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Murong Yunlu actually asked him via voice transmission whether he had lent the high-grade divine artifact to Ho Qingning. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this patriarch Murong thought that his daughter was deceiving him? In the end, under Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Murong Yunlu handed Murong Yingyue a spatial ring. Obviously, just like Duan Lingtian, he had placed the high-grade divine artifact into a spatial ring in advance and was now giving it away. Ding Yan. Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yan via voice transmission, "Do you have a high-grade divine artifact?" In this hidden dragon competition, those who have a high-grade divine artifact have a greater advantage. If you don't have one, can I lend one to you? I have one, Ding Yan said. I just asked Ho Qingning if he needed a high-grade divine artifact. If he did, I'd look for my uncle Sikong to borrow a high-grade divine artifact, and he said you lent it to him. Duan Lingtian, it's not too safe if you don't have a high-grade divine artifact. How about I lend you another one? Ding Yan asked. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If I really want a high-grade divine artifact, I don't need you to lend it to me. This time, 3 elders of the Linghu family have come. Isn't it easy for me to borrow a high-grade divine artifact? All right. Realization dawned on Ding Yan. At the same time, the 10-sided combat ring in the middle of the field had also become lively. The 20 outer sect disciples were divided into 10 groups and fought in pairs. These outer sect disciples were basically all higher deities. There were 2 god kings who easily won the battle. As for the other 8 higher deities, they also defeated their opponents and won after a series of battles. In each combat ring, as long as someone was defeated, 2 other names would immediately appear in the next moment, and the other 2 would step forward to take over the ring and fight. One battle after another dazzled the onlookers. However, they were only outer sect disciples after all, and their strength was limited to the extent that many people couldn't help but yawn and feel bored. This feeling was like adults watching children fight. Adults would find it interesting to watch adults fight, but it would be boring to watch children fight. It was only until a young man in a long dark golden robe attacked and defeated his opponent with a single punch that the crowd, including Duan Lingtian, became slightly interested. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's no weaker than Ho Qingning. Although the young man had only thrown a single punch, the casualness of the punch and the explosive power in it caused Duan Lingtian to involuntarily recall Ho Qingning's performance in the inner sect disciples' entrance examination. The opponent that the young man had defeated was also a lower god king like him. Defeating a lower god king opponent with a single punch, no matter how weak his opponent was enough to prove that he was stronger than the average lower god king. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian had this thought, many of the spectators were already discussing spiritedly. This is Xiao Pei, the 3rd disciple of the leader of the Qianyuan sect, a god king level sect. He's only a little over 5,000 years old, but he's already a lower god king. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws is not ordinary. He was eliminated in the previous selection. The person who eliminated him was the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Genshin. I remember the situation at that time. Speaking of which, Xiao Pei was unlucky. He originally had the strength to pass the selection easily, but he was targeted by Ouyang Genshin and was directly injured. Even if he consumed a divine elixir to recover, it was too late. I originally thought that he would be reduced to an outer sect disciple just like that. Now it seems that he completely has the chance to pass the hidden dragon competition and become an inner sect disciple again. Hearing these discussions, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So that was the case. In this way, everything could be explained easily. At that time, although he was also watching the selection, he was more focused on the young lord of the Donghua sect, Hua Tiandu, who was participating in the selection with Ouyang Genshin, and the 7th young lady from the 10,000 Flower Valley, a god king level sect. As a result, he did not pay attention to Ouyang Genshin. This Xiao Pei is very strong. Ho Qingning's expression was serious. Obviously, he could also see that Zhao Pei's strength was not below his. The hidden dragon competition continued. Later, a few more powerful outer sect disciples who had the potential to pass the hidden dragon competition and become inner sect disciples appeared one after another. They were all unlucky in the selection and were injured to a certain extent, unable to recover in time. Time passed very quickly. When the winners of the outer sect disciples advanced one by one, the night gradually fell. At this point, the Black Dragon Elder in charge of the Hidden Dragon competition, Blue Feather Mountain, announced that today's Hidden Dragon competition had officially ended and would continue tomorrow. The second day, the Hidden Dragon competition continued. On this day, when it was close to evening, the strongest 100 of the 800 outer sect disciples had finally been decided. Although many of the outer sect disciples had not fought with each other, the outer sect disciples who were ranked behind knew their own limits. They knew that they were no match for their opponents. Even if they really fought, their opponents would defeat them. The 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, who were in charge of selecting the battle list, were middle-level god emperors. After watching a group of lower-level god kings and upper-level gods fight, they naturally saw through it. The battle list they had listed was the most reasonable. There were close to 1,000 people involved, and no one questioned it. Tomorrow, the top 100 outer sect disciples will participate in the Hidden Dragon competition together with the inner sect disciples. We will strive to determine the strongest 100 out of the 400 people within 3 days. As the Black Dragon Elder Blue Feather Mountain spoke, today's Hidden Dragon competition also ended. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Duan Lingtian and the other newly promoted inner sect disciples, who had been watching the excitement for 2 days, finally had to go on stage. However, as the names appeared in the battle ring formed by the matrix one by one, Ho Qingning had already gone on stage twice, but Duan Lingtian still did not see his name. It was not just him. Even the names of the core disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, Du Pejuan, the young lord of the Donghua clan, Hua Tiandu, the 7th young lady of the 10,000 Flower Valley, and the 3rd young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Genshin, were not shown. Also, the names of those who had performed outstandingly in the qualifiers were not shown. It seems that our abilities have already been recognized. That's why we are ranked at the back. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. During this period, there were some people who had kept a low profile previously. Because they did not show their abilities during the qualifiers, their names appeared in some battle rings. For example, although many people knew that Ji Wuchang of the Hanchu sect was as famous as Hua Tiandu, he was still called out because he did not show much ability during the qualifiers. However, after he casually defeated his opponent who used his full strength with a casual palm strike, his name was not called out again. He only went on stage once. It seems that showing my ability during the qualifiers isn't a bad thing. At least, I can save my energy at the beginning and not have to make a move. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Ding Yan, why haven't you been called out yet? Following Ho Qingning's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and suddenly remembered something. That was, Ding Yan had not been called out for the entire day. Seeing the sunset glow in the sky, night was about to descend, and today's Hidden Dragon competition was about to end, Ding Yan's name still did not appear in the battle ring. You couldn't have been left out, right? Ho Qingning frowned. Chapter 3805. Ding Yan was left out? Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were completely different from Ho Qingning's. He thought deeper and deeper. That uncle of Ding Yan's has the identity of a Black Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Even if he's only a worshipper, the identity of a Black Dragon Elder was given casually. It's enough to show that he's not ordinary. It's impossible for Ding Yan to be left out when such a person opened this back door for him. If that's the case, then there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that they're taking care of Ding Yan. The second possibility is that Ding Yan's strength is also extraordinary, and there's no need for him to make a move first. Of the 2 possibilities, Duan Lingtian was more inclined towards the latter. Ding Yan. At this time, Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Ding Yan, who was looking at Ho Qingning with deep meaning. Although you're only a lesser divine king now, the increase in your fire element laws should be greater than your cultivation, right? Duan Lingtian's sudden words caused Ding Yen to be stunned. How did you know? He asked himself. Besides his uncle Sikong, very few people knew about the increase in his fire element laws. Perhaps the Black Dragon Elder in charge of this hidden dragon competition, Blue Feather Mountain, also knew. But it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to know. Looks like in their eyes, your strength is much stronger than Ho Qingning's. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At this time, if Ho Qingning still couldn't react, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Ho Qingning, who came back to his senses, stared at Ding Yen. Ding Yen, to what extent have you comprehended the fire element laws? You actually don't need to go on stage for the entire day. Today, there are less than 100 people who don't need to go on stage. Don't tell me that in their eyes, your strength is enough to enter the top 100 of the hidden dragon competition. Ho Qingning didn't even dare to dream of entering the top 100 of the hidden dragon tournament, even if he had the high-grade divine tool that Duan Lingtian had lent him. Just now, although he had also won the second round, his opponent's strength was so strong that he could only barely win by relying on a high-grade divine artifact. He still remembered the jealousy and unwillingness in the other party's eyes when he looked at the high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He knew very well that if it weren't for the fact that his opponent only had a medium-grade divine artifact, he would have been the one to lose, not his opponent. But what could he do? Who asked Ho Qingning to have a friend like Duan Lingtian? This was fate. If you're jealous, why don't you go and borrow a high-grade divine artifact? Of course, this was all a play in Ho Qingning's heart. If he really said it out loud, he would definitely become a public enemy, because among the group of young geniuses that participated in the Hidden Dragon competition, not many had a high-grade divine artifact in their hands, even if it was only temporarily borrowed. High-quality divine weapons were not something that could be found on the streets. Even among the divine emperors, they were rare items. Only a few of the higher-ups had them. Not bad. Compared to before, you've made quite a bit of progress. Ding Yen smiled innocently. How little progress is quite a bit? Ho Qingning asked, unwilling to give up. Just comprehending several types of fusion of the three mysteries of the fire laws. When Ding Yen said the answer that Ho Qingning was waiting for, Ho Qingning was immediately dumbfounded. According to what he knew, this level of comprehension of laws was comparable to the peak young geniuses of the various divine emperor-level influences. Even Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the space laws was only slightly better than this, right? For instance, the hidden fog sects Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, who had died under Duan Lingtian's hands in the past, their comprehension of laws was only comparable to what Ding Yen said. In addition to Ding Yan's berserk transformation bloodline. In other words, with Ding Yan's current strength, even if he was weaker than Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao of the past, he wouldn't be much weaker. How did you comprehend the fire laws? Isn't this speed of progress a bit too exaggerated? Ho Qingning's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Isn't this easy to guess? Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and then looked deeply at Ding Yen. Ding Yan's uncle must have sent him to the Tianlong clan's law chamber. According to what I know, the Tianlong clan is a god-emperor level influence. They have a wealth of divine stone veins, far from what a divine emperor level influence can compare to. The law chamber can even help one comprehend the fusion of three mysteries. Ding Yen. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled mockingly. Looks like your uncle isn't just an ordinary black dragon elder. He had allowed a person to comprehend such a powerful law of fire in less than 30 years. The amount of divine stones consumed was comparable to what he had spent in the Linghu family. This wasn't something an ordinary black dragon elder could accomplish. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yen said bitterly. Ding Yen smiled bitterly. I realized that not only is your innate talent and comprehension ability heaven-defying, but even your brain is frightening. You're right, I did comprehend the law of fire in the Heavenly Dragon Sect's secret room. As he spoke, Ding Yen sighed. It was this matter that made him feel like he owed Uncle Sikong a huge favor. It would be difficult to repay it in the future unless his cultivation surpassed Sikong's one day. The Tianlong clan's law chamber? Ho Qingning was somewhat speechless now. He felt his throat dry up, but his heart was still trembling. He wasn't surprised that Ding Yen could enter the Tianlong clan's law chamber. A black dragon elder could probably send a person into the Tianlong clan's law chamber at any time. However, how long he could stay depended on how high the black dragon elder's status in the Tianlong clan was. He knew Ding Yen had comprehended the law of fire in the past, but it was inferior to the law he had comprehended. But now, Ding Yan's laws of fire had already left the laws that he had comprehended far behind, reaching a level where he could only look on in the dust. To think I wanted to compete with you? It seems like even if you don't use a prominent divine weapon and I use a prominent divine weapon, I still won't be a match for you. Ho Qingning said bitterly. I'm just lucky to have a good father. Ding Yen shook his head. He didn't feel superior at all because of this. The person I admire the most is Duan Lingtian, Ding Yen said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Ding Yen said as he looked at Duan Lingtian, as someone who came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm and has no one to rely on, I can't help but feel a little ashamed of himself. Only a fool would compete with a monster like Duan Lingtian. Ho Qingning said with a speechless expression on his face when he heard Ding Yan's words. He had long been beaten black and blue by Duan Lingtian, and he had lost his temper. While Duan Lingtian and the others were chatting, the day of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition had finally come to an end. Duan Lingen, it seems like even if I have the prominent divine weapon you lent me, it'll be difficult for me to make it through the third round, Ho Qingning said with a wry smile on his face as they made their way back. I can see that. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, even if you lose the third round, you won't have to worry about being demoted to an outer sect disciple. That's true. Ho Qingning's mood improved a lot when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As for the Murong family's third young miss, Murong Inue, the situation was similar. Although her strength was slightly stronger than Ho Qingning's, there was a limit to how much stronger she was. Duan Lingtian, I'll probably have to go on stage tomorrow. As for you, there's a possibility that you'll go on stage as well. Ding Yen looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled as he said this. Duan Lingtian nodded. After watching for a few days, I still haven't had the chance to go on stage. My heart is itching. I just don't know what kind of opponent they'll arrange for me. I think it's not your heart that's itching, but your hands that are itching. You want to torture someone, right? Ho Qingning said unhappily, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's heart with a glance. Don't make my opponent sound so unbearable. After all, it's the opponent that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders chose for me. Could it be that you doubt their judgment? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Another day passed. The Hidden Dragon competition continued. On this day, although Ho Qingning and Murong Inue had high-grade divine artifacts, they were still eliminated. The ones who eliminated them were all inner sect disciples who only had middle-grade divine artifacts. When Ho Qingning's opponent defeated Ho Qingning, he even mocked Ho Qingning. If it weren't for your high-grade divine artifact, with your strength, you might not even be able to win the first round. Ho Qingning wasn't angry. If you have the ability, then go get yourself a high-grade divine artifact. The person who originally wanted to anger Ho Qingning was now angered to the point that his face turned red. Why don't you take a look at how old you are? How old am I? Ridiculous. A person who's almost 10,000 years old has only cultivated to this level. I'm not even 5,000 years old, yet I feel ashamed for you. It had to be said that Ho Qingning's mouth was very poisonous. After Ho Qingning admitted defeat, his opponent was so angry that he wanted to rush up and beat Ho Qingning up. However, under the deterrence of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, he didn't dare to make a move in the end. You really don't want to lose face. After Ho Qingning returned, Ding Yen scolded jokingly. He asked for it. Ho Qingning rolled his eyes, then put the high-grade divine artifact back into the storage ring that Duan Lingtian had given him before. After removing the ownership, he returned it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, thank you. I know that this high-grade divine artifact must have been borrowed by you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll give you a high-grade divine artifact. When Ho Qingning said this, he was serious. Duan Lingtun shook his head and smiled. In my opinion, you'd better wait for me to give you a high-grade divine artifact. By the time you have the ability to give me a high-grade divine artifact, I'll probably have broken through to the God Emperor realm. Do you think I'll lack a high-grade divine artifact by then? Duan Lingtian's words made Ho Qingning speechless, but he still said stubbornly, even if you break through to the God Emperor realm and nurture a high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, would you refuse? At this moment, even Ding Yan and Murong Yingyue couldn't bear to listen to Ho Qingning's words. Ding Yan rolled his eyes, and Murong Yingyue also looked embarrassed. As for Duan Lingtian, he just shook his head and smiled. A high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul? He already had one. It's my turn. Suddenly, Ding Yan's eyes lit up as he stared at one of the empty battle rings. His name had appeared on it. Then, without saying goodbye to Duan Lingtian and the others, Ding Yan went up in a flash. Chapter 3806. Ding Yan's opponent was a proper middle-level divine king. The Tianlong clan's disciple selection test was divided into 3 different age groups. But the hidden dragon competition was not divided into age groups. Everyone participated together. Among them, there was no lack of existences close to 10,000 years old. And Ding Yan's current opponent was a young genius from a God King level force. He was over 9,000 years old and a middle God King. He had comprehended a triple profound fusion and multiple dual profound fusion. Moreover, he possessed the power of bloodline. He had fought 2 battles before and won both battles with ease. Now it was his 3rd battle. Lower God King? Although Ding Yan didn't appear in the qualifier, there were so many people in the qualifier that it was impossible to remember everyone's face. Moreover, the other party was a participant in the first round of the qualifier, so it wasn't strange for him to find Ding Yan unfamiliar. At this moment, he did not underestimate Ding Yan just because his divine sense detected that Ding Yan was a lower God King. In the past few days, he had been carefully watching the hidden dragon competition. The first round was fine, but in the second round he had an impression of everyone who went on stage. But he had no impression of the person in front of him. In other words, this was the first time Ding Yan had gone on stage. And as Ding Yan's opponent's expression turned serious, many people also discovered this point. He is a lower God King? He only went on stage now? It looks like he is very strong. I have no impression of him in the selection test. In the crowd, there was no lack of people who had participated in the 3rd round of the selection test. They had no impression of Ding Yan. This was because they had an impression of all the people who went on stage later. Those people's strength was not ordinary. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I never thought that Ding Yan would be able to reach this step. Murong Suifeng muttered to himself. His tone carried a bit of a sigh. You know him? Sensing Murong Suifeng's gaze, the hidden fog sect Master Qian Yin was startled. He looked at Ding Yan and asked. According to the rules of the hidden dragon competition, this youth had only gone on stage now. This meant that his strength had obtained the approval of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for him to go on stage now. The weaker people were arranged to go on stage early on. Moreover, those who were eliminated rarely went on stage again. Unless he performed well and was underestimated. In short, although the rules of the hidden dragon competition couldn't be considered to be extremely fair. After all, it was completely up to the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders to judge the strength of the contestants. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts that although there were only 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders holding the fort, the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elder Lan Yushan, who was in charge of the hidden dragon competition, and the 2 White Dragon elders behind him, would definitely not allow the 10 inner sect elders to act recklessly. Under these circumstances, the 10 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan would naturally not be mistaken about a battle between a group of God Kings. Unless you don't want to reveal your true strength until you're defeated. There's nothing you can do about it. You're the one who doesn't want to climb up. You can't blame anyone. 20 years ago, he was a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. He suddenly dropped out of the academy and disappeared without a trace. We only met again a few days ago at the Flame Dragon Arena. Murong Suifeng sighed. Almost at the instant Murong Suifeng's voice fell, Ding Yan's opponent, a middle divine king, had already made his move. He used his full strength right from the start. He didn't hold back at all. The profundities of the laws merged into his divine power and were released through the middle divine artifact. At the same time, his bloodline power also extended out at the right time. On the other hand, on Ding Yan's side, Ding Yan casually took out an 8-foot-long spear from his storage ring. Although it was called a spear, it was actually more like a spear. As a blood-red light flashed on his body, his divine power instantly skyrocketed. It seemed to have surpassed the boundary of a lower divine king and reached the level of a middle divine king. Then, the violent power of flames swept out from the spear like a fire dragon and met his opponent's ferocious attack. Ding Yan's opponent specialized in the law of water. Under normal circumstances, water was the bane of fire. However, this was only in the case where the two powers were of equal strength. When the flames were strong enough, they could also evaporate water. Under everyone's gaze, Ding Yan's attack destroyed his opponent's power and severely injured him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was frighteningly fast. The fusion of two profundities of the law of fire, Ding Yan's display of strength had shocked many people. With the cultivation of a lower-level God King, he had defeated a middle-level God King opponent with one strike. Ding Yan was the first person to achieve this since the beginning of the Hidden Dragon competition. A lower divine king is actually so powerful? The difference in strength is too great, isn't it? It seems that the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan have misjudged him. Perhaps this young man held back his strength during the sect entrance examination. That's why people underestimated his strength. Ding Yan, a lower divine king, defeated a medium divine king opponent in an instant. His momentum was like a rainbow, attracting the attention of everyone present. Impressive. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. Ho Qingning and Murong Yingyue at the side were in a daze. Knowing Ding Yan's strength was not ordinary and witnessing Ding Yan explode with power and defeat his opponent in an instant were two completely different concepts. It's a high divine artifact. Looks like this young man's background is not ordinary. At the same time, many people recognized that the 8-foot-long spear in Ding Yan's hand was a high divine artifact. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he could defeat his opponent, it would not be so easy. At this moment, even the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders present looked at each other in dismay. Revered Elder Sikong's nephew is so strong? Looks like we still underestimated him. If we knew he was so strong, we wouldn't have let him go on stage so early. A lower divine king has such strength. Moreover, he seems to be less than 3,000 years old. There aren't many existences like this in the sect. I heard that his fire element laws were improved in the law room in the last 10 years. Even so, if his comprehension ability is insufficient, it would be very difficult to improve the fire element laws to such an extent in such a short period of time. However, the sect really gives revered Elder Sikong preferential treatment. The time Ding Yan stayed in the law room, even if the 10 of us combined, it wouldn't be as long as him, right? Don't speak nonsense. If the sect leader finds out, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin. He respects revered Elder Sikong very much. Many people even say that revered Elder Sikong might be the sect leader's elder or something. As the 10 Tianlong clan inner sect elders communicated privately via voice transmission, the gazes they looked at Ding Yan with became somewhat unfathomable. He's Ding Yan. Revered Elder Sikong asked for the inner sect disciple slot this time for him. The Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elder, Lan Yushan, asked in a voice that only the two people behind him could hear. Yes, Elder Lan. Dongfang Yannian answered in a timely manner. He's a good seedling. Lan Yushan nodded. As expected of the divine emperor's descendant. Hearing Lan Yushan's words, he obviously knew that Ding Yan's father was the divine emperor. Ding Yen returned victorious. Murong Inue congratulated him, but Ho Qingning looked at Ding Yen gloomily. He didn't expect that Ding Yen, who was weaker than him in the past, would be so strong now, leaving him in the dust. Looks like I really have to work hard on my cultivation. Otherwise, Ding Yen will only leave me further and further behind. Ho Qingning sighed in his heart. Duan Ling Tian is one thing. He's a monster. If I don't compete with him, Ding Yen still has a chance to catch up. As long as I can rise in the Tianlong clan, it's not impossible for me to catch up to Ding Yen with the Tianlong clan's resources. Ho Qingning's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ding Yen, looks like these Tianlong clan elders don't understand your strength. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Next, you'll probably have to wait for a while before you can go on stage again. They don't know my strength. Letting me go on stage at this time is already giving my uncle Sikong a lot of face. Duan Ling Tian, let's not talk about me. With your strength, I'm afraid you'll only be able to go on stage tomorrow. Ding Yen shook his head. That 10,000 demon sex Du Qianjun is going on stage. At the same time, Ho Qingning's voice sounded, causing Duan Ling Tian, who had already turned his gaze away from the stage, to look over once more. He saw that the 10,000 demon sex core disciple, Du Qianjun, was going on stage. Du Qianjun hadn't gone on stage before. His comprehension of the laws wasn't weak. In addition, he had recently broken through to become a mid-level god king, so his strength had risen to another level. In addition to his good performance in the qualifiers, he hadn't gone on stage until now. I wonder how senior brother Wu Feng is doing now. Seeing Du Qianjun again, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but think of the trip to the divine treasury left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu. He thought of the hidden fog sect's inner sect disciple, Wu Feng, who had gone into the divine treasury with him. Du Qianjun wasn't weak. However, his opponent was also a first-timer. He was also a disciple of a god emperor level sect. After 100 moves, he defeated Du Qianjun and won the first battle. After Du Qianjun was defeated, his expression naturally turned ugly. At this time, the onlookers even whispered that he wasn't as good as his elder brother Du Pejuan. They said that his parents had given birth to a dragon and a worm. Duan Lingtian was so angry that he glared at those whispering people. He almost rushed up and fought with his life. Of course, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in such an occasion. Moreover, those whispering people were basically people with status and background. They weren't afraid of him. They talked among themselves and completely ignored him. Another day passed. After Ding Yen went on stage again and defeated his opponent in more than 30 moves, Duan Lingtian finally went on stage. Before this, Du Pejuan, a core disciple of the Million Demon Sect, and Hua Tiandu, the young lord of the Donghua clan, had gone on stage one after another and defeated their opponents. Master Duan, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian's opponent was a young man in a light blue robe. He had a medium build and a delicate face. He looked quite harmless. However, his opponent's identity wasn't simple either. He was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of the Fong family, a god emperor level family. He was the nephew of the current head of the Fong family, Fong Wenshao. Fong Wenshao was also a famous person. Although he wasn't as famous as Hua Tiandu, he wasn't far off. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.